Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy, out.
Raidvulcan, you traded my stream with 4 viewers.
All right, I think everything's good. All right, mic check. We good? Let's see. Yeah, looks good. Cam check. We're good. What's going on? Wizard, what's going on? What's going on? Heartseeker. Oh, actually, we got rated in by Red. What's going on, man? How's it going? All right, sorry for the wait there. I had to order something off of Amazon real quick. Kind of forgot to do it earlier. I was just like, oh, I kind of need that tomorrow, kind of thing. So. I see. Make sure all the vitals are good. YouTube, we're looking good. Looks like it. Looks like it. Why rapid fire is an S tier, but guy says A tier. The tag might not. The tag takes longer to update. Like to do like a post or whatever is one thing, but like to add tags and stuff, tags are usually kind of delayed. They're a little bit behind. So. With that being said, by the way, I don't know how much I can say about this, but we were kind of allowed to kind of speak on it a little bit, but not like a lot of it. I know that probably sounds confusing, but the greater, sorry, I was gonna say greater rifts. The pit stuff, like the pit changes, are actually bigger than we think they are. I think that's the most that I can say, because I was actually gonna record some footage and some videos this weekend to prep for builds that I'm gonna be doing and talking about next week or whatever. And I think I might have to wait because the pit changers are actually bigger than we think they are. So I don't want to record old pit footage when new pit stuff is going to be it's going to be different. So, who's that? Pinja, what's going on? Subscribe for 6 months with the Prime. Appreciate you, man. So, I did want to kind of throw it out there. I am allowed to say that much, but yeah, just so that for you guys know, I would probably not, like, if you're planning on making the new build, right, which I'm pretty sure most of us are probably gonna like try something a little different, right? Just keep in mind that your old pit clears are not gonna match your new pit clears. So like, just gonna put that out there. So just like when you're making comparisons for yourself and it's like, oh, you know, I switched to whatever and now I'm doing like 25 tiers higher or something like that. Theoretically, I'm not saying that that's the value. I can't speak more on it, but like just like you say, you know, sorry, hypothetically, you know, like, hey, I switched this build, I'm doing, you know, 25 tiers higher or whatever, right? It's not necessarily because of the build, but it probably has more to do with the pit tuning. So, just gonna put that out there. Pit 2 100 incoming, tier 2 200, 100. I hope not. I don't think so still. Like, I still don't think so. I don't think it's that drastic of a change. But it's enough for you to kind of think about when you are theory crafting, and like you guys are my chat, obviously, so I'm gonna tell you as much as I possibly can, right? But as you are creating your stuff and you're doing your things, just kind of keep that in mind. That the new values are gonna be different. So when you start seeing YouTube videos of people, you know, maybe clearing whatever in 3 minutes, and that pit tier just seems a little off, you heard it from me first. And you guys know what's up because obviously you're chilling in my stream, right? So y'all know what's up. You say 100 on your barrage. What's the next move? What should you farm? I mean, just continue to masterwork. I think for the most part, continue to masterwork. Continue to, if you haven't tempered yet, masterworking in GA is pretty much your end game grind at the moment. It's a low key barrage and rapid fire. So just switch spots. Based on our new pit tier requirements, or sorry, pit. I guess how we're rating builds based on like pit clears or whatever. It's a little different this time around, which is why you see a lot of builds got like fluctuated and things like that, because how we're rating builds now versus how we used to do it. Barrage actually is pretty much where it should be, and rapid fire is kind of where it should be too, given despite how clunky and not fun it can be a lot of times playing rapid fire, but the numbers are there. Even pin shot, which has no videos on YouTube in general, you know, it's still a strong build if you want to play it that route. There's also some other pretty cool tech with pin shot and shadow step that, again, once the new patch comes out, you'll probably kind of see. I don't know if many people will go that route, because I think a lot of players are going to be playing Andy's Rogue. That's going to be like the new flavor of the month. But for Heartseeker, what's the most, would you say the most important thing to masterwork? Depends on the piece of gear. Is that, imagine season ending without anyone clearing pit 200? That would be so bad. Actually, I don't mind that. I think the idea of something to continuously chase is always a good thing. So something that looks endless, quote unquote, will always give you something to do. Like, there's no way that Blizzard can tune pit 100 or pit tier 100, 200, right, being the max or whatever, and tune it in the way where a few people reach it at the end of the season. It's not gonna happen. Like, it's impossible to do that. So like, either people are gonna hit 200 in like 2 weeks or so, or people are just never gonna hit it. Like, there really is no, there isn't a way to really gradually tune it just enough to where it's kind of like, okay, you know, we want to make sure that only the people who've been grinding for 8 hours a day all the way up to like the last couple of weeks reach that 200 period hit. Like, there's no way to actively tune it that way. You just can't. So it's either people reach it early and they start speed farming 200 and it becomes irrelevant now, or you have it as a carrot for someone to chase, so you always have something to do. And so I switched off Heartseeker now. Well, I'm sure. Is Heartseeker gonna get nerfed? No, it is not gonna get nerfed. It will ride out the rest of the season. So just Dre, that's what's going on. Picture says, I think grenades will reach 200 on Monday. I doubt we'll see tier 200 anytime soon. And I hope that remains that way. Like, I hope it does, you know, continue that way. Honestly. Even though I don't do any pit pushing or whatever like that, I do like the idea of, if I ever wanted to, that there's always a carrot to chase. If they keep pits in next season, then let's get stronger. That would be dope to chase tier 200. Well, I mean, the thing about it is that you don't want us to hit tier 200 so easily. The game needs like years of life, right? Like, if we reach it next season, now what? Do we just create more pit tiers? You know, 2 or 3 years down the line, do we just make a tier, you know, pit tier 500 with quadrillions of damage and scientific notation numbers or whatever? Like you know. Values, like, is that what I really like honestly, is that what you really want to see? Realistically speaking, is that what you really want to see? You want to get to the point where it's like, yo, this build only does pit, you know, tier 640. It's a weak build. Like, it's just like, really, like, that's where we want to be at that point. Like, I already think the numbers are way out of proportion as it is. Like, the damage numbers and stuff is just way out of line. Like, yeah, D3 numbers, nah, man. Like, no, I'm gonna need to like hire like I'm sitting there doing damage on the screen, and I'm gonna have to like hire like I'm about to bring my accountant in, like, hey sir, can you decipher the numbers on my screen real quick? Sorry. I'm having trouble reading 7 commas right now. can you, you know, while I'm playing, can you tell me the numbers I'm dealing on the screen? Thanks. Appreciate you. Got an accountant. No, I don't have an accountant. That's me. I kind of would look at my teacher's salary and be like, bro, really? Like bro, you can't afford me. you can't afford me on your you need an abbreviation. I love this song, by the way. Anyhow, yeah, so I'm gonna sped back into some Heartseeker because I actually want to just do some chill farm, I guess. I also want to do some Torment and Darios and Durios. So for those who might want to, or those who may be interested in doing some uber bossing of those two natures, I'd be down to do some carries. Now keep in mind, I do not have any mats because I am always broke and I don't farm mats because I'm bad. I'm bad at this game, so I will not be able to provide mats, but I'd be able to provide services, I guess. So if you are cool with that, then yeah. I'm not gonna make anyone do it, obviously, but if you're cool with that, if you're cool with knowing or understanding that, then yeah, we can get up. All right, let me pull up my Paragon board thingy. Are Topaz better for Heartseeker than Sapphire? I mean, no, not really. I mean, the difference is like maybe 1%, but only if you're after you min-maxed and masterworked every vulnerable piece you possibly can. Then Topazes are like teeny weeny bit better. We're talking about like less than 1%. So it honestly doesn't really matter. Honestly, it doesn't. I gotta get my planner real quick. Mr. Pim was going to, hey, that's how you do all in caps. All caps. You need a widescreen for the damage numbers? Right. I'm gonna have to talk to some companies and you know, see if I can get sponsored. We can get like a little D4, you know, get D4 cap, you know, collab going, right, where we promote widescreen monitors to just for the damage numbers, right? Just to be able to fit all the damage numbers coming out on the screen. Oh, that's hilarious, actually. What I do like, though, I will say this: what I do like that I'm starting to see a little bit of, whether I indulge in that content or not, you know, is obviously kind of irrelevant. But what I do like is that when I'm watching certain content creators, people are doing different things. Bigger number, smaller font, everybody wins. we started selling gamer glasses to be able to see our font, to be able to see our damage numbers, right? Hey, it's a market right there, man. But no, like, I guess when I start looking at other people's content, like Twitch content and whatnot, like, it's really cool to kind of see people are having fun in different ways, right? Like, you have your Makuna and Rob that are, you know, solely focused on the next pitch here that they can achieve. Then you got like Rax and like and a few others that are just focused on just speed, like, you know, leveling characters kind of thing, and like leveling challenges, like that's just what they want to do, right? You got people who are just interested in just tormented bossing kind of thing. There's like, it's really cool to see multiple, like, see people play the game in multiple different ways that they find fun right now. What's the build I'm doing today? I'm honestly just going to spec back into my Heartseeker for now. But what I am going to do is I'm going to farm for stuff I need for builds next week. So I will be playing Rapid Fire for sure next week. I will also be playing Barrage because I'll be able to play with Blade Shift Barrage. next week. I can't do it now because I can't proc Umbrus with Blaze Shift, so that's unfortunate. But next week I'll be able to. So I'd be interested in doing that. That's gonna help with single target quite a bit. So I'm excited for that. I'm also gonna play some Blaze Shift Rogue or Shank Rogue. So that's gonna be fun to actually like put together and be able to do, because Umbrus, I'll be able to survive. That would actually be kind of cool. So I got quite a few things going. Oh, also I guess Andy's Heartseeker. I actually put some more thought into it. Like I was messing around with it on like a side planer, like for myself, you know, away from the public eye. And the more I do it, like the more I start putting it together, the more it honestly just feels, you end up building it a lot like Heartseeker in a sense, but with Andy's gear. Because they're just like legit, it just becomes almost the same thing. At the end of the day, so I guess instead of getting victimized procs or like that, you're just getting poison ticks for the most part, but you'll play it almost exactly the same way. And you'll actually put your skills mostly the same way too as well. So, with that being said, I'm a little less interested because I thought I'd be able to do something, you know, a little different. But I think it just ends up being a dot Heartseeker basically, or or dot victimized build that isn't victimized anymore. So I don't know. I'm we'll see. But I see it seems to be very popular in like Woody's stream. Remember, it's like, oh, make a Heartseeker or an Endariel's Heartseeker thing kind of thing. So maybe I'll do it for the YouTube clicks and everybody be like, yo, check this out, bro. It's so cool. Which it might be, you know, people might like that kind of thing. But honestly, I think concept wise, it's so close to Heartseeker victimized that like you're just better off just running victimized, honestly. Which I mean, of course, everyone would know that, right? Because I mean, even Puncture Andy's is still a little weaker than Heartseeker with the new changes. But I mean, if it's just fun factor, I mean, I guess we can do it. You think there'll be a new build that'll be able to beat victimized Heartseeker? No. For pushing, no. Not on Rogue, no. Not unless something gets super bugged. Like, let's just say Andy's, like somehow the 50% buff just happens to be bugged and it's actually 200% on Andariel's or 300% on Andariel's, then yeah. Right? But like looking at the current numbers now, no. Nope. Heartseeker will remain on top for pretty much the remainder of the season. But it's really not a bad thing though, because again, like who actually will be doing all that kind of pushing this season, right? Like, so do you really care how high you can push at the end of the day? Like, do you truly care? I mean, Andariel's won't be weak, obviously. It just won't be better than Heartseeker in the higher tiers. But if you're not pushing the super high tiers, then does it really matter? Nah, man. So I'm excited for those who really want to play the build. Did I get an Andy's? No. I'm gonna actually try to get one tonight, or at least a spark or something, so I can craft one. I kind of want an Andy's and a Starless, really, but so you have 2 stones. You can help out. Rabbit to Tornado Bar build. Honestly, I don't know. He just says, can you really deal damage inside Heartseeker with Blaze? Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. Believe it or not, yeah. You got a GA Doombringer and GA Andy hat with attack speed back to back last night. Cool. I'm actually looking forward to actually seeing uniques actually drop, or this over uniques drop that I actually might want to use for once. You meant +3, but I'm hoping, like, my biggest thing, I think the thing I'm actually kind of looking the most forward to be honest with y'all, is rapid fire feeling good. I hope it feels good, man. I really do hope it feels better, like actually feels good. Like Rapid Fire was like legit my favorite, used to be my favorite build to play for a while. So I am hoping that whatever little thing they did with it or whatever, including the radius increase, is gonna make it feel better. Like I'm hoping it's not just a radius increase. I hope there's like maybe some like, I don't know, like kind of like bring back some of the older functionality like before the previous patch kind of thing, where like it would kind of spray arrows in like an area versus like a pixel. Would be kind of nice to bring that back. And if they do that with the radius increase, I think that will actually feel kind of good. Because it will actually get some like pretty nice AoE. Is Maxroll down? We've been having some issues. I don't know exactly what they are, but I do know that it's been a little tough on Maxroll in the recent our site. So, but yeah. At the same time, I think we're also working on some new stuff, so it does, you know, take up some resources and things to do all that. Let's see, put this here, this here. I think we put a chip there, right? Was it that? Right, so I got 1 point, I guess. Oh, okay, that's what it is. I was like, something's not right. There we go. I also need to go back and look at my planners because I gotta, you know, put in the fluidity glyph in some of the builds or whatnot. So like I think all the builds are gonna be kind of like slightly updated on Maxroll, at least on my end. The punctures and Andy's, the Heartseeker won't change. But Rapid Fire Barrage might get slight updates too. Would it be Paragon changes on main Maxroll Hearts builds? No. Nope. There's no reason to make any changes there. Surprise numbers is close to opportunities now. How much of a buff is that for grenade builds, Peacha? As someone who like is a master at that currently. The Heartseeker is boring. I've been playing it for a few days and it's just a bored. I mean, I think I put it this way: you can play it boring. Like it's very possible to. I mean, you can play it in a very boring light. Generally speaking, if I played it standing still, I'd be very, very bored with it too. If I link you something. Oh, okay, yeah, that was you, right? You just link that for me. Very nice, actually. I mean, that is the dagger you want. Very nice. Very nice, actually. Congrats, sir. Wait, why can't I gotta add points here first, right? So we'll do this. Someone in the chat said, "Will Andori's be good with Heartseeker at the fast?" Yeah, I'm gonna hear that a lot. So are we talking about Heartseeker build, like putting Andorios in the Heartseeker victimized build, or are we talking about doing Heartseeker in the Andorios build? Those are definitely way two different things. What do I think about a no generator rapid fire build? I mean, I guess that's something you can explore next patch, but I guess you could. Technically, you could. Yeah, I mean, you could. I think the biggest thing with that is that rapid fire just feels very clunky. In general, as a spam skill, like Barrage feels so much better to spam, honestly, than rapid fire does, and it kind of makes more sense there. With that being said, I'm not opposed to actually trying it if I can get a Starless, guys. I wouldn't put it like ahead of like traditional rapid fire, like, you know, the combo point rapid fire, definitely not. But it can be a fun spin-off that you can do. So are those boosts usable? I mean, you can. Yeah, you can just you can put the life per second into and movement speed. And just kind of keep the GA dex and the GA maximum life if you want. So yeah, I mean, you can do it that way. It actually just looks like my boots, really. Like these boots right here, I guess without the GAs. But what tier would I place a no generator rapid fire build? I mean, probably A. You can probably yeah, probably A tier. It'd be below combo points, but you can do it. You have a decent build. What's next? The pit. Is there anything you should do in Helltide? Well, Helltide is mainly for the mats. So you do Helltide for mats to be able to do things to upgrade your gear, and then you do pits for different mats to then further upgrade your gear. So it's just a I don't know why they're all that separate. It gets a constant cycle loop of just getting your character stronger. That's practically all action RPGs are. Let's do this. Oops. Appreciate the follow. Trying to make sure I got everything. I feel like I'm always missing something. Every time I do this, I'm always missing something. I need that there. So Heartseeker, we got that. We got Poison Trap. Oh yeah, Poison. No, that's still there. I still got that. Trash, we're good. Smoke Grenade. Yeah, we're good. Dash, we're good. I mean, I think that's it. Oh yeah, make sure I change the passive. No, that's it. I think. Yeah, I think we're good. Maxroll is down. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Silent is on it. Is on the case. Don't worry.
Very nice, but could be better.
No, these amulets are. Is it me, or is it like amulets are the only other piece of gear right now that you would be okay with having that isn't GA'd in a sense? like one of the pieces where you look at and you know, no matter whether there's a GA on it or not, right? Because the passives are just that good. But why do you use percent damage on the Andy builds versus damage over time? Because percent damage double dips. That's why. Would you recommend the Heartseeker build you have on Maxroll for hardcore? I would recommend the original version, yes. I would probably put more points into debilitating toxins though for defense, and also go with the diminished glyph for more defense or whatnot. But yes, you can do that. So you always look at pants too. Yeah, but Woody Joe has a Heartseeker planner, and he plays hardcore, and I probably would go that route just because he plays hardcore, so he's gonna naturally build for hardcore. But they're very similar though. Most Heartseeker builds are very similar. Like maybe a couple of changes here and there for a personal preference. Okay. Do I like this Helltide? I guess it's okay. Let's go get this though. Oh, there's one more thing I need to change. What do I need to change? I have Undying here. Why? Oh yeah, because I'm doing Helltides. That's why. Let's make sure I got all the stuff I need. Blast Trappers, isn't it? Edge Masters, Retribution. Just elements, right? Yeah, I'm missing elements. That's all it is. I kind of want to get rid of elements, to be honest with you. I just don't really have like a good alternative for the way I play. That's just the only issue. Like if Aerostorms, you know, actually, you know, was better with Victimize, I'd do it, but Azel is more than you expected. You're definitely going for it. Yeah, I mean, A would work for sure. Your original A Heartseeker build, Speed Farms 8, Pit 80, no problem. For sure, man. It does. On hardcore, yeah. Yes, sir. If you use Undying and still die, can you still call it Undying? Never thought about it that way, actually. When you master work for ranged instances, do you go for lucky hit or vulnerable damage? I probably would go for vulnerable damage, honestly. Like the vulnerable damage temper. That is if you have lucky hit everywhere else. If you have a good amount of lucky hit everywhere, I would just temper the vulnerable damage, honestly.
It needs time to recharge.
What's a good sword build? Depends on what you consider good is. Like, are you looking for the best sword build, or are you looking for like every other sword build? It's kind of where Sork is at the moment. Do I consider using a Ross? What is it, Ross? I'm sorry. I'm not cool enough to know all the acronyms yet. I'm not one of the cool kids. Hardcore is Undying until you're back on the character select screen. Peach, I think I might have missed your message, by the way. You thought I used Emerald on weapons? That is with a different build. Yeah, different build, different key passive, requires different gems. Oh, Ring of Starless Skies. Okay, yeah. See, I told you, I'm not cool enough for that. You need to farm. that Andoria farm. I will. I'm gonna do this hell tie, and then I'm gonna see who wants to do some tormented bosses. You make great guys. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I got some new stuff coming. I guess I really want to make some videos this week about the patch stuff, but like, I haven't really been feeling like the greatest this weekend or this whole week. So anytime that I'm not playing in front of you guys, I'm like laying down, like literally just legit, just laying there, doing as much of nothing as I can. My recovery's been a little questionable this week, so hopefully I'll feel better next week and we can kind of get back into the groove of doing some new things. So I'll have new things coming, like hopefully a rapid fire season 4 guide that I'm gonna put on the rapid fire Maxroll page or whatever. So hopefully I'll have that. And then I also want to do maybe an updated Heartseeker guide, because obviously the one that's on Maxroll was done on day 2. So I think I might do an updated guide there. That will take maybe only like half the time. Like I won't do like a 20-minute video. It'll be like maybe 10 minutes or so, or whatever. Just highlighting some updates from the previous video, whatever. Then I also want to do possibly have a updated Barrage guide as well. And depending on how I feel, Shank Rogue as well. Want to do that too. And then if it plays out well enough, maybe a Andy's Heartseeker thing.
I'm not ready yet.
So I got quite a few things in mind.
I can't do that here.
Looking forward to your new stuff coming. You made me change from Barrage to Rogue this season. Oh, that's actually, that is a compliment, bro. That was like the highest of highest compliments. From a Barb to a Rogue, bro. That's like that's like a top tier compliment. I'll take that. Bro, yeah, I know, right? Because yeah, I'm just like, well, hey. Oh, you're just awesome Rogue content on Maxroll, man. Thanks. Yeah, can you join? You mean for the boss stuff? Yeah, I'll probably do like Rhodas, I guess. I'm not one to generally do stuff like that, but like, I mean, this time around, sure. But Rogues are one to copium, or one with copium. That's a lot of stuff on to-do list. It is, but like, I think at this point, once that happens, like then the rest of the season just rises itself out at that point, right? We're not gonna, there really isn't any new content to kind of make past that point. Because I think what's gonna end up happening is that once I finally get all that content or some of that content out, right? Then we're gonna have the PTR soon, right? For season 5 at some point. So once that happens, then it's just gonna be PTR content, right? Talking about PTR things and so it's best to try to get stuff out before then, so I have time to do that other stuff. Oscar, what's going on, man? So Andy with Flurry and Puncture is better than Barrage or Poison to you? Yeah. I mean, technically you could run a Poison Rapid Fire, I guess. Honestly, I think that might be a teeny bit stronger. I'm actually surprised that hasn't really been done. Well, I guess I am surprised. I'm not surprised just because of how clunky it is. But like, if they fix it, if they make Rapid Fire feel good next patch, then honestly, I think Poison Rapid Fire might be better than Poison Barrage. With any rogue, do you want daggers over sword? Usually on the Andy's rogue. for the slightly more attack speed. Yeah. On Heartseeker, it doesn't really matter because your damage doesn't come from daggers or swords. So it just makes dash and shadow step feel a little more snappy, but that's about it. You also helped me not losing faith in Rogue. Yeah, bro, like Rogues were, everyone was like kind of like sad about Rogues towards the beginning, like the season, right, until Heartseeker became a thing. I honestly did not know Heartseeker was gonna perform as well as it did. Like it was all theory, mainly, and like the numbers kind of checked out, but I did not know it was gonna be that good. So we kind of got fairly lucky there. How big do you think the 50% to Andes is, and the fact that the explosion will happen now to target? Pretty big. It allows for like different variations of Andes to exist now. Like even like Druid, Windshear, and Darios would be a thing now, whereas before it wouldn't because of the way it was a targeted, like target type thing. So I think that's a big deal. The 50% honestly isn't as much as people think it is. You're looking at a few tiers, right? It's good. Don't get me wrong. Like it's a good buff. Don't get me wrong. But like I think I mean 50% is, well, 50%, right? So like you're looking at, you know, 4 or 5 tiers worth of damage roughly, which is nice. Don't get me wrong. But that's like kind of like a really good aspect, if that makes sense. It just makes whatever you were doing before better. Like Andorio's Rogue obviously is gonna be better because of that. But I think one of the bigger things is the mechanic, how it works now, whereas it's proccing on the enemy versus yourself. I find that honestly to be one of the bigger deals, in my opinion, personally, because it allows for more options, more variations, more ways to play with Andes, if that makes sense. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. How about swapping Puncture with for Heartseeker in the Andarios build? I get that question a lot. I get that question a lot. You can technically do it. I mean, it'll be worse than Puncture, but at least you'll have a somewhat of a range way to play it if you would like to do it that way. I think an optimal Heartseeker and Dario setup kind of thing, a close quarters combat will play a lot like traditional Heartseeker Victimize. Except you have to, it's just a little more work applying the close quarters combat buff. So I think my thing is, while it's a possibility you can do it, would you, like once you put it together and you play it, would you still want to do it over traditional Victimize, considering that it'll be less damage overall than the Puncture version, as well as less damage, considerably less damage than the Heartseeker than the Victimize version, I put it that way. You see what I'm saying? So basically you'll be just doing poison or stacking poison versus stacking Victimize. You won't really see a big playstyle change or difference or whatever. So that's kind of the thing. But you can do it. And I'm going to make I will do it myself. But like it just becomes like a weaker Victimize that just can poison versus explode. It's explodey damage. Does that make sense? If we swap a burger for a pizza, will it result in the stronger build? Well, it depends on what's in the pizza. If it's pineapple, then absolutely not. Right? You know what I'm saying? I think the topping matters, sir. The topping matters. Also need to save gear for that build too, by the way. You can do tier 100s in like 1.5. My Heartseeker build, I need to like reset the mobs all the time. What am I doing wrong? Hard to say, honestly. How long does it take for you to do the 100, Corey? That would probably help me answer your question a bit more. Still using topaz and weapons for Heartseeker, or did I forget to swap the sapphire? It doesn't matter, honestly. It's literally practically the same damage. Is one button Heartseeker too much? I mean, it's more so like proc and close quarters combat while maintaining a ranged playstyle. It's just a little weird because you'll have to kind of jump in with like shadow step every X amount of seconds, right? So like for someone who truly wants to play like a stay back range type ordeal, you're kind of not really doing that, if that makes sense, right? So I think the concept of what people may want may not necessarily be there, if that makes sense. Oscar. But I know what you meant though. Is Doombringer with Heartseeker viable? Well, I mean, Doombringer is a toughness unique that gives a lot of toughness, but no damage. So you'll lose a lot of damage in that slot, but gain a lot of toughness. So I can't speak for you on whether that's viable for you or not. Do you want to be a super tanky rogue? If that's the case, go Doombringer. But you do understand that you lose a lot of damage by doing so. So it just depends on what you value. How do you make a piece of stutter and anchovies? It's just like machine you're fired. So, Dad, you think the addition of tempering killed most uniques? Yes. That's because they haven't done any quality of life changes on uniques at all. So, yeah, tempering is just naturally better across the board for a lot of the things. And they buffed some uniques, right? Like Sky, like I kind of want to use the Sky Hunter. I really do. For like precision builds, I really do want to use Sky Hunter, but the tempers are just way too good not to or to give up. So in reality, either uniques just need another tuning pass per se, or they need their own unique crafting system that makes them stand out. So either you buff the stats a lot, or you give them like a unique crafting system that is something like temper, but not really. Like I honestly don't want to temper uniques. I don't want to do that. I just don't. I think a new system is in play. Does this event reset, by the way? It's like I went back to town, and then I came back in, and like this little little event kind of like reset. Like, let me do a run real quick. Thank you. By the way, really enjoy your content. I appreciate you guys. By the way, I'm not about to get all sentimental and whatnot, but like this season has been incredible in terms of like content. Like as a content creator, this season has been incredible. So, and you guys chilling out and hanging out here, and pretty much being kind of like pretty consistent. Obviously, numbers will drop off as the season kind of goes on, but like even the current numbers are way higher than I normally would get on like a normal basis, both on like Twitch and YouTube videos, or whatever. So like, I can't thank you guys enough for wanting to chill here, I guess. And I'll do my best to kind of make it as entertaining as possible. Did you eat a brain? Did I eat a brain? Actually, I bring up content. Electro's like, did you put a shorts on this? Did I eat a brain? I probably should. D4 really has been popping up, yeah. What do you want? Master work on a Shaco for Barrage? Health. Maximum life, generally still. Cooldown reduction is good too. I think the maximum life is just slightly better. Suggestion: masterwork and uniques equals 10% per tap instead of 5, and 35% on for A12. Honestly, I think So yeah, that could be actually a nice yeah, that's a nice way to kind of like I actually kind of like that, Oscar. I like that. I'd probably raise the value a little higher than that though, because they're uniques. But I'd be really cool with that actually. Or even allow the masterwork to actually like buff the unique affix or whatever on it. Like if it has a numerical value, like let it buff that too. Like that actually would be pretty nice and like let's say on like a Sky Hunter or something like that. I mentioned that too. Although not all uniques will be able to get something like that because not all uniques have like a numerical value or whatever. But I don't know. +8 all skills Shaco. But I mean it would truly make it an uber unique item at that point, right? Versus kind of like a generic, this is decent all around helmet that you want per se, versus, you know, being one of those things where it's like, oh my god, this is actually like really strong. But I mean, he said Michael Johnson, he said I will still be here. Well, yeah, I appreciate y'all, and it does make me like each night think about what I need to do for content. It's like, well, what do I want to do today, and like, you know, and are they gonna like what I have in stored for today? Like for instance, like I'm literally just kind of map farming and doing some tormented boss runs or whatever, right, today. So is weapon mastery okay for Heartseeker? Yes. It's just not as good as the other 3 passes, but it's fine. Believe it or not, weapon mastery is actually better on a build that has, you know, good ways to proc crit chance, stuff like that. Weapon mastery is actually better on a crossbow than on the build, even like on Heartseeker, believe it or not. But that is with like crazy high crit chance values. So, but that's, we're talking about like semantics at that, like semantics, like nothing that you're gonna be able to tell difference type ordeal. But it is there technically. Yes, agreed about one of the people like your content. I think it's important to know what like used to chill vibe, why we all do the same things. What did you worked up at Inner Sight Poison TB for Monday? I'm playing it right now and surfing through 100 Nightmare dungeons like butter. I feel like the base damage of my place. Wait, you said, so you think the buffs to the base damage and the aspect might make place for cold or physical Inner Sight TB though? Would be cool if someone cooked up a build for TB Inner Sight. I'm probably gonna do one myself. I think Woody Joe is doing TB Inner Sight, but with poison, right? I might do one for cold, to be honest. But we'll see. Did I say that right? Semantics. Your Honor. Fair. That's fair. I discovered you this season and became my favorite streamer because 1, Rogue Life. You know it, guy. You know it, cuz. All about that Rogue. 2, really good chill vibes. 3, you have to read the chat and interact with us. And help us with all the information that we need. It's good to know. And 4, I don't have to use Twitch. I really prefer YouTube. That's cool. I you know what though? Like I kind of felt bad because I missed out on the opportunity to really start dual streaming like earlier this season, it didn't. It's one of those things where it didn't hit me, where I was just like, you know what? You know, now that my YouTube videos were actually doing pretty good towards, you know, the beginning of the season, I'm like, why don't I try dual streaming again? Because it was horrible first. Like I tried it like last year or whatever, like towards the end of last year, and like, bro, it was awful. It was not worth the stress of like, you know, making it happen or putting it together or whatever. But with how well season 4 was doing and how well my Twitch content was doing at the same time too, I'm like, you know what? Let me fire up the dual stream. And like, bro, the first time I did it this season was like way better. I mean, significantly better than any time I did it last year. It was like the support and just the metrics were like double every single dual stream I did last year. And I did like maybe 2 months of it last year, and one day I did it for 1 day this season, and it doubled the metrics of all of the videos all of the double streams I did in 2 months last year, which is insane. And I'm just like, what? Why have I not been doing this since the beginning of the season? Crazy. I just didn't think anybody would be interested on YouTube, so I just never thought of to do it. But yeah, that was nuts. Is it where you got your answer? Crazy high. Technically mean the same thing, but students have to manage to analyze their subtle shades of meaning. Fair. Okay. None of these are good. All right, I gotta get a few more chests, and then we're gonna do some bossing, I guess.
My hammer sings on your return.
My connection network is awful, and if I play hardcore, will data lag? Most likely. Can I check your previous question? Oh, sorry. Would I use Starless in a Barrage build? For an Inner Sight one, yes. Absolutely. You kind of need it. When I was playing some Inner Sight Barrage last night, it was rough because I didn't have a Starless, guys. And it's getting buffed a little bit, so like I think it's definitely worth to have it for like non-combo point builds. You could probably do it in a combo point build too, but I think just trying to keep up the buff in a combo point build is actually quite difficult to do. But I mean, you can do it technically. I don't know what it is about this country song. I really like it a lot. When I heard it the first time, I was like, okay, all right. Do you take off puncture when I use it? Yes.
It needs time to recharge.
Morgan Wallen's good. Oh yeah. I like him as an artist a lot. I really do.
Need more time.
Is it, I don't know, tier 100, 6-minute boss, 30 seconds is hard to explain. Did you just put together your Heartseeker build? Like, are you like pretty min-maxed or like, you know, fully masterwork, all those kind of things, Corey? Also, are you applying your combos like your cow traps, smoke grenade on the elites or whatnot? Do you have a permanent way to activate your vulnerable? Like vulnerable application, that's also something you might want to look at in case you don't have a way to do that. These are like things that like are kind of commonly missing whenever I do check people's setup or whatnot. Like that happens a lot. You go in stealth and couch up every other pack tends to get ridiculous like tanking, you need to reset. Yeah, make sure you have a consistent way to proc vulnerable. Like, do you have a curse touch, or do you have like a chance to proc enemies or top proc vulnerable on enemies? I thought adding grenades and taking off Cole, my Flurry build. You thought about doing that? Grenade Rogue is actually not. It's actually not that bad. Obviously, just don't have inspirations on like pushing like the higher number tiers, but like in terms of like normal content and just doing whatever you're doing, it does everything you would want it to do outside of like trying to be competitive with other builds at like the top end of pits. A paper napkin. I love the name, man. Just wanted to say I follow your Heartseeker and was able to finally beat Uber Live. Thanks. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Heartseeker is quite a bit of fun. Looking forward to playing some other stuff on Monday, but yeah. %40 to 50% buff is like, was that even necessary? It's huge. I like it. I think it's actually, I honestly think I'm gonna say other uniques should have gotten more tuning like that, but I do feel like the patch notes are old. If you think about it, like some of the buffs that happen, like a buff to flay, a buff to shatter, like really, like. I've been trying to play Cold Barrage build by Warlug. I don't really watch a lot of other people's content usually. Generally speaking, not that I don't want to, but it's one of those things where like you kind of try to focus on you doing your own thing versus like seeing what other people do, kind of thing. But when you mean Cold Barrage build, I mean I have one on Maxroll, and I have my own personal one, which is very similar. Combo points cold. There really isn't too many ways you can actually like play that. Like, I mean, other than just like stacking cold charges. You play with Puncture, or I'm gonna be playing with Blaze Shift next patch. Cow Traps, I guess. Maybe Smoke Grenade. There really isn't many different ways you can go about it. Would you use Naze or Poison Trap with Starless on Barrage? Probably Smoke Grenade. Any plans on a max port? I mean like oh, you mean Mac port. No, you said Max. I'm confused. Oh, okay, wait a minute. So you're saying like a Mac? No, I don't think so. What's my favorite Barrage build at the moment? I kind of like Cold Barrage, like Combo Point Cold Barrage. Actually, Cold Shadow, like Shadow and Cold Barrage. So dual imbuement Barrage right now, I think it's my favorite. But I do like the Inner Sight Barrage stuff. Like the Inner Sight stuff just feels so good to play. Corey, you said just exploit. Well, there's your problem. We found it. We found it, Corey. We found your problem. So here's what you want to do, Corey. Remove Aspect of Elements if you're using it. Remove Aspect of Elements and put in the Curse Touch. And you will feel a lot better, I promise you. Eventually, you will want just the chance to make enemies vulnerable, stat on a ring or whatever. But since you don't have that yet, just run a Curse Touch aspect in place of the Aspect of Elements, and your runs are going to look way better, Corey. I promise you. Why no Pain Gorger on Heartseeker? Because Pain Gorger doesn't do anything for your Victimize proc. Like the Pain Gorger's damage doesn't proc Victimize. So and since Victimize is practically all of your damage, then it just doesn't really work out well for Heartseeker Rogue. Yep, that is the reason why. What's pinch shot like? I haven't seen anyone use it. It's actually strong. It's just very difficult to gear for. I'm gonna say it's not hard to do to gear for, but like you don't really feel the effectiveness until you're like nearly perfectly geared. Like you have to be like just GG geared on it for you to really feel the strength of like pinch shot, which is why you don't see it. Whereas like other builds, you know, you can kind of just switch to it and you kind of see the results like right then. But on pinch shot, it's like it's pretty tight on the gearing. Be vulnerable for X seconds the X seconds on the ring. That doesn't really do it for me. You had to do the curse aspect for it to function. I've been hearing that. Honestly, I haven't witnessed that. I'm not saying that that's not true for players, but I've never really ran into that issue, even after the patch. So like, it could be one of those things that maybe I need to pay more attention to. For instance, let's just do the 105 real quick. But yeah, like I didn't feel that precision cold barrage thoughts. Well, I mean that's literally the Maxroll guide, wizard. Like check out the Maxroll barrage guide. It literally is precision cold barrage, and has been like all season for the most part. Also played a little bit of that a couple of days ago. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the author of that guide, so that's how I know it's still there. Actually, what am I doing? Why are these guys still alive? Oh, wait a minute. I know what it is. I don't have shared misery. I knew something was up with my CC. I'm like, you have 2 GA ring with lucky hit attack speed. Was planning on doing using different Andes, but I want the % damage or dex. I assume the GA attack speed makes it worth it. It does. % damage would be better than dex for Andes, but only by like a little bit, like a little bit. It also just depends on how much dex you already have too. That's another thing. So I can't know exactly how your gear is, but generally speaking, the 8% damage should be a teeny bit better than your dex. Okay, let's go. You said you're not using elements. Okay, what about inner sight, Corey? Or using not inner sight, intercom. There we go. We could take the GA attack speed over non-GA dex. Depends on if it hits a breakpoint or not. I think that's a better question. So like, I don't know what attack speed, like where you are in your attack speed, but if that attack speed, if that GA attack speed allows you to hit a breakpoint you wouldn't otherwise have, then yeah, I would take that. If not, then no. But I don't know where you're at in your gear, right? So you have to kind of take a look at that. So yeah, only recently started playing Diablo, so sorry if I don't get some stuff. Oh no, man, no, you're fine. You'll know quickly, wizard, that I'm not saying other websites are bad, because that's not true, but like generally speaking, Maxroll content is usually kind of like the I don't want to say the standard per se for like helping larger audiences, like, you know, everyone be able to play builds or like that, or content like, you know, at a high level, etc. But yeah, you could say it as it is true. Well, yeah, I mean, there are some good writers on good like on other sites too, right? So like, I don't like ever like putting down other places or anything like that, because there are some good writers doing some good things. But Maxroll, we definitely take it more seriously. We're like the super tryhards of the sites or whatever. You think you can roll off when attack speed for the vulnerable on hit? Sure, you can. I would probably say roll off like crit chance or something there rather than the attack speed, but again, that just depends. Pineapple S tier? You mean like by itself, right? Like, you know, like as a fruit? Is that what you're trying to say? So during this run, by the way, as you guys are watching me play this, have you felt like I didn't have any vulnerable? Like, did it feel like my vulnerable was like falling off at any point where like I wasn't able to kill anything? I'm like truly asking because like I'm like reading two chats and I'm kind of autopilot, so I'm not really paying that much attention. But does it feel like I'm not really getting like the vulnerable procs I should get, or? Now, definitely on the boss, it should always be up because you're only hitting one target basically. But I mean, I felt like I have vulnerable at the majority of this run, almost all the run. Like, and with the potion, my lucky hit is like 60. Okay, no, 59%. So, and I have a mid roll on this, right? So like I have a middle roll. So it's not the top roll, but it's not the min roll, but it's like middle of the road. Eventually, though, I do want to I want to emulate with 3 passives, so I'm probably gonna get rid of lucky hit chance here too, and that might be the time frame where it's like, oh well, maybe I will go for like a curse touch instead at that point, but we'll see. How fast was that? It was like 3 minutes and 20 seconds or whatever for the 105. Ree was like one of the most chill streamers for D4 Awesome Viper. Thanks. I wish I could play my playlist on YouTube. YouTube is so finicky about that stuff, man. They make it take a longer pit run. I actually like doing pits like solo, to be honest. But I am about to do some tournament boss runs. And these changes are going to be so much better for bosses. Yeah. Might want to just switch back to S tier, bro. No, on pizza is S plus 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 tier. Isn't Rex technically still CEO of Maxroll? Something like that. I don't know if I'm able to like really speak on some of that stuff, but the short answer or the more broad answer is yeah, I guess. Yeah, yeah, sure. What Doctor is saying is that Maxroll is the Pepsi of the deep for what? Okay, let me actually go get me something to drink real quick and walk around so I can tell my doctors that I am walking around frequently. Yep. Corey, let me know how fast your runs are now when you make that a curse touch switch. When you see new TB builds, that will be here for sure. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. What is even the poor man's Andy Rogue? I don't know if you haven't Andy's, you're not doing bad. Yeah, actually, I guess I missed the context. What's happening? Running Andy's without Andy's? Yeah, that's yeah. Um that's like drag racing without a car. Just like it just I mean, I don't know how to explain that to you. That's why. Yeah. Andy's Rogue is legit built around Andorials. Like it is the build. Um Without it, it doesn't really it isn't really a thing. Will I make a TB Rogue on season patch? Probably like not on Monday, but I will at some point that week. Can I recommend a fun leveling build? Barrage. Yeah, I get that nowadays. Yeah, yeah. It like no one's laughing at you by any means, but like I guess it's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, now we get it. Now we understand why it may not be feeling that's good for you, right? It's like a wake up call. It's like, yeah, we figured it out, right? It's like we figured it out. It's like you figure out your problem. You don't have an Andes helm for the Andes build, right? But yes. What are people running if they don't go poison trap on what build? Corey said, it helped big time by a couple of minutes, but I don't want to lose that 30% intercom, so I'm going to work on it on the ring or gloves. Yeah, that's fair. But keep in mind, I guess that 30% intercom for speeds, are you really getting, how often are you getting that 30%? Like how often are you standing still for basically 4 seconds really before you actually like get that buff? So chances are you're technically not losing a true 30%. Like in a speed run, you're probably have like what, maybe 15%, like, and that's being generous. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Do I have GA Heartseeker or Dark Shroud Panzer Chest? No, I actually saw all those already. Can you make penetrating shot viable? It is viable. It's just no one runs it because it's really hard to gear. It's really hard to make it work well. Can you combine Andario's Visions with Heartseeker with the next patch? So you mean like the Heartseeker Rogue, but put Andarios instead of Shaco? Is that what you're saying? Now that I'm taking my basic skill on Barrage, any suggestions as of what aspect what you should switch the aspect of expecting to? Accelerating. But Amelia is not worth. Why not run Corroded with Andy's build? Versus what you get from aspects and tempering, it's like way worse. Like it's not, for one, it's not really consistent enough, and two, it's just not worth in general. It's just not worth. You do significantly less damage with that. Otherwise, you would have seen like Zarya do that like a while ago. Okay, let's do bosses. So, in the chat, we're gonna be doing some Tormented Andario or Duriel. I don't really care which, just as long as people have mats to do that. But you have to have Stygian stones. I do not have any mats to be able to provide, but I will be the I guess carry, if you want to put it that way. So I am down for those kind of runs. Who would like to do? Should you wait for patch to start leveling with Andy's build now? Go ahead and do it now, because I mean, once the patch hits, it just does your Andy's just get stronger. So you might as well do it now if you're gonna like, build for it. All right, looks like Twitch chat is kind of starting first here. We got Epic Pizza. Let's see. Hold on. So Epic Pieces first. Yeah. Is that Lieutenant Arcola? Did I read that right? It's the same as your build guide, but with different gems. I mean, pretty much, yeah. What's better for the Andy's build on Amulet, Exploit, or Deadly Venom? I think Deadly Venom is more consistent. Woodjo like really likes Deadly Venom like big time. Hold on one sec. I think Druid was before the others. So Druid and What's your tag? No, actually, no, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Gecko. Gecko was before. I'm sorry.
I can't do that here.
Gecko, ask for an invite. Isn't Frigid like a muscle amulet? Yeah, Frigid is like really, really good. Farva. Ask for an invite. Okay, he did already. Cool. All right. So hold on. Hold on. So now that I have 3, I need to make sure I write down the other names here. So we got what? We got Dre. I think I have you on my friends list already, right? So let me write down. Was it Timus? Who else is on the YouTube? D's. What you got? What's your tag? Is that? And we got B775. There's that. Electro 1. What else is who else was there? Oh, Electro 1, I guess. Got you as a friend. Here we go. Is it me or is instinct a complete oversight when the season launched? A legendary node still scales with core skill damage, which you can't find on items anymore. I agree. I agree. I don't know why they didn't like pick a different stat for it to scale with. Honestly. 5 ranks of malice or 6 ranks of weapon mastery. Malice for sure. Because it triple dips. I think I got everybody I was gonna do. Who is it? Mr. Trixie on YouTube. There we go. All right. Just keep in mind, I do not have any mats to contribute. So once we're out of mats with this team, I guess you could say, then we go with the next team. I put on precision, and you're seeing more numbers and higher numbers. Thank you, my man. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Malice is better than weapon mastery. I think that's what they were saying. All right, so who's going to the whatchamacallit? Also need to change out my pants. Dying here, so I don't die. Also, I guess I could probably run emerald rubies. There's really no rhyme or reason to run emeralds here. Let's see. We'll just throw the rubies on, I guess. Like I don't have enough rubies. We'll craft one.
There is power in these stones.
I don't know why that hurt for some strange reason. Okay. I'm coming. Where are we? I guess who we're TPing to? Remember to hydrate? Yes, sir. You didn't get an invite? Well, that's because I already have a team already. So you're on the list. These, like you see, I have a full party already. But I do have you on the list. But I would do actual like invites when the next round comes. Yeah. All right. So TP on me. Do you think they'll give us with unbrick items? Probably not. I think if anything, they will extend it, like give us like a mat or a material to be able to extend the tempers or something. But I don't think they will like allow us to unbrick. Maybe. Because I mean, resetting would be the same thing as like masterwork resetting. So I think they can come up with a better way of doing that than just that. Cola, yeah, man, awesome. You're welcome. $1 million break. No, I mean that's just. No, I mean, there has to be a more creative way to go about it. I know people don't like breaking their items, but I think the idea of being able to maybe to be able to get more tempers or whatever like that would make for a better system versus just kind of doing something that we already have. You know what I'm saying? Like we already have the ability to reset something, aka masterworking. Anyhow, yeah, I'm ready. Who's up first? Is it Farva?
Hello. Greetings.
Will you ever do a gun? Sheesh. It needs to brick. If we can't brick items, what keeps you grinding? I agree with that portionally, yes. And it also removes items from the market, so it actually makes the economy better, right? So it's like an item sink in a way. Graveyarding a triple GA is insane though. Well, I mean, what they could do is like they could introduce something where like if you salvaged a fully tempered G or double or triple GA item that you get, you know, a fair amount of mass back or something. You know, like maybe make it worth your while to salvage something of that nature or something. You know what I mean? Maybe they can just, you know, make it more rewarding to salvage or break the item or something. I don't know. But I think the idea of being able to brick is fine. It just needs some tuning.
My bags are full.
It should just let us pick the stat and roll for the percent of it. I think honestly, if anything, like if they keep it like it is, they could just let us be able to keep the original stat. So like let's say we temper of like that, you know, we have the ability to keep what's there or the next whatever. You'd be more inclined to keep rolling for a better stat per se. I'm not sure I'd like that completely either, but like like something. There are ways to kind of improve on the system itself. All right, we go again. Who's a party leader? Oh, I'm party leader. I'm sorry. Who wants to be party leader? I don't want to be party leader because I'm like bad at resetting. Farva, you're party leader. Because I'm gonna be talking to two different chats, and I'm just not gonna reset like I should. I was on team breaking until you break two GA amulets. It's awful. I mean, the thing about it is that everybody's bricked, right? Like no one escapes the wrath of the brick. So everybody has had good, you know, has had like a decent drop or a good drop rate, and they just bricked. So like we all, you know, kind of get that experiences. You know, that experience is not, you know, only me. Only I brick. You know, my items where my friend, you know, was able to temper all of his 3GA entire character with no problems, right? So like we all got some bricks. Who was that? Appreciate the follow. And the question on Andy's why Eldritch Bounties we aren't running any Imbue Mister does it work? It works off the pestilent points. So if you go with the pestilent points variation or whatever, it works off of that. Yeah, I mean a 2 GA honestly is fine. I mean having a 3 GA weapon doesn't really like having a 3 GA weapon won't help you clear faster per se. It might help you clear higher if it means you die a little less or whatever, but like yeah, like a 2 GA is fine. Right? Because I mean buffing your maximum health ain't gonna really help you unless you were dying a lot to begin with. On the weapon. You know what I'm saying? It'll make you more confident. I mean, I guess. Personally, I don't like that. Like personally, I don't like that because the more I think that I can just, you know, take hits, then the sloppier I play. So I inevitably end up dying more when I have more health because I know that I can take more hits and therefore I play worse. So for a player like myself, it ends up having the opposite effect. Where it's like, oh man, I have some cushion. Okay, I can stay here. I can stay here for a little bit longer. And then next thing you know, I'm like dead. I'm like, oh well, okay, well I guess that wasn't, you know. So I like knowing that like, you know, a couple of hits is gonna kill me because then I naturally play better. Is Andarius TB nowhere close to Flurry version? Well, it doesn't really the core skills doesn't matter. It's all about being able to proc Andarios. It's procking, so Puncture is doing all the work. Flurry is just to give you more attack speed and spread the vulnerable for Puncture to do his job better. It's not dealing any damage, nor is it really doing any procking of Andarios, believe it or not. So, no, it's literally there for like a buff in a sense. Buffs. Why no vulnerable gems and weapons? I mean, Topazes and Sapphire are like the same thing, basically. There's no hidden, you know, secret that Topazes are way stronger than Sapphires or vice versa. Yeah, I personally don't think 3GA bows or crossbows or swords, daggers, or whatever are like actually worth it. More likely than not, if it's just one piece. Now, if you get like a 3GA, like, you know, bow and 2 daggers, so like if you have all 3GA, then that amount of health actually would probably make a difference. Like you'll notice a difference. If it's just one piece, you getting one shot will probably still be the same one shot that happened before. More likely than not. Yeah, I personally don't know if it's really worth that amount of gold to still get one shot in the same in a pretty similar scenario. But I mean, there are people who just want the best of the best items, and if that's you, if you're like a collector, if you're someone who just like to collect things, then for sure, right? But if you're actually thinking like, oh, if I get 3GA versus 2GA weapon or something like that, that you're gonna just do content better. Nah, you're not. See, it makes a big difference in the you said on the crossbow. You mean like a two-hander or whatnot, like the amount of health or whatever. I mean, not really. I'll put it this way. Put it this way. Having a GA on maximum life on a weapon, on a two-handed weapon, right? It's still less value. I think I haven't done the math, but I think this is right. It's still less value than like taking off one ruby. If you want to know whether or not, like how big of a difference is, just play your Heartseeker build, take off one ruby, and put a Dex gem in there, and then do the same run. Like that is actually more health you're losing than the difference between the GA and a non-GA version of your maximum life on a weapon. I guarantee you'll still run the 100s or the whatever speeds that you normally run, and you would not be able to tell a difference. That's what I'm saying. Like you're not gonna, it's. Use one dagger, one sword, where you get the bonuses from both weapon mastery. On what build? Infinite. Are you talking about Heartseeker? It's not worth to run Nightmare Dungeons after you already level your glyphs. It is the fastest way to get runestones. So there is that. You said melee build, not Heartseeker. So you'll get the value of whatever weapon that is that you are using, that you have. So like if you stab something, because like the weapons for the most part will alternate on weapon mastery. So whichever weapon you stab with is whatever weapon mastery damage you're getting. That makes sense. Tom, what's going on? How come I have no mask for Durio and Dorio if you've been running it? Because if you're not the one that puts in the match, you don't get the mats from it. Oh, sorry. I misread your message. You said if you've been running Helltide. Okay, I got you. You get the mats for the bosses required to get the mats from Durio, if that makes sense. Like, Helltide gives you the mats for the bosses to kill, and then the bosses you kill for the Durio mats. So it's kind of like another step in that equation there. Right. Kind of a similar thing with Endorios too. Endorios is kind of the same thing. That room was a little skimpy on items. Uber Endorio or Uber Durio for solo farm was the easiest one. I think Durio's a little easier than Endorio, but I actually prefer the Endorios fight because it's slightly a little more challenging, kind of. much total vulnerable damage do you want before you use basic attack gems on weapons? It honestly does not really matter. Griefing Star. I know like there's been like small talks about it on the internet, whatever, but honestly, if you just prefer to wear sapphire gems the entire time, you're not gonna notice any actual difference. Like the damage difference is like maybe 1%, if that. Less than 1%, really. Yeah, it legit doesn't matter. And if someone tells you it actually matters, they're lying. They're like straight up lying to you. What I think about Heartseeker Rogue speed leveling time beating out Sork and Necro for second place. Not surprised. But I do think that it is a little misleading though, because like, for like, let's say if a person wants to, like, let's say if a person sees that, right? Like someone who's new, or not even say new, but like maybe they haven't played this season at all, right? And they see the results of that and they think, oh, you can totally level with Heartseeker. I'm gonna make a Heartseeker Rogue now because you know it's like really fast with leveling. Then it's a little bit misleading because you're not gonna have any of the stuff that those guys did when they were running, you know, or what like Rax does or like that when he's doing the speed leveling. Like you're not gonna have adaptability and Moonrise and all that stuff like that early on. You're just not, right? But I mean, for like an alt character, yeah, absolutely, that makes sense. Like that absolutely makes sense because you have practically almost everything you need at the start to be able to level with. So, but that's not most people's experience. You know what I mean? That, like not many people actually have a level 100 characters. But it probably still might, you know, be baffling to you guys. But seriously, like there's not that many people that actually have, like relative to like the larger portion of the player base. There's only a few. There's only like, I would honestly guesstimate maybe 10 to 15% of the player base actually has have one level 100 character. You can still level with Heartseeker. It gets faster with it. I mean, technically you can. I mean, you can. But I mean, like if we're talking about like speed leveling, like being better than like another class or like for speed leveling, that ain't happening unless you already have all this stuff. So like an all character, if that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Me having all 5 makes me question your priorities. Well, I mean, at this point, like leveling is actually quite easy, right? So I'm like, if you're someone who like, if this is your main game, then, or your primary game that you've played for the past 4 weeks, then yeah, of course, that's like that's not unnatural to have that, right? But I think for a number of like your casual players, this isn't like necessarily their main game, or they're maybe only be playing like maybe, you know, 3 or 4 hours a week or whatever, and you know that's more the norm, if that makes sense. Like sure, like on Twitch you'll see everyone talking about, oh yeah, I have, you know, X amount of characters, I have X amount of, you know, 100 or something like that. But people who are visiting Twitch and YouTube are probably the ones that are actually playing the game a lot more, right? It's a much smaller portion of the actual audience that plays the game, right? We are considered the tryhards, by definition, based on the amount of people that actually do play the game. Tony, he said technically you'd have Topaz damage 100% of the time. You know what? I guess you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that, actually. I mean, you're not wrong. You know, you're right. You're right. See how big is the difference though? I think when Boa did it, because Boazon came in my stream and he was saying it was like a 0.01% difference at like min max gear. What percentage of players do you think pass pit 100 or higher? Smaller than the percentage of players that reach level 100 for sure. Like, I'd probably guess maybe 5% of the population probably did. Has passed tier 100. And that's actually probably being generous. You say only have Andy's map. Okay, that's fine. The total wash, as in it did make a difference. Yeah, like I mean, I guess that's the thing. Like, I think a lot of players are like. Sinister Grud. What are those wings? I pre-ordered the expansion. Hey Doug, I'm trying some Andy's build right now with the second rogue. How much does bow damage affect the build? 0. Literally 0. Well, I guess between like a crossbow and a bow like that, it's 0. Because I mean, you're using like puncture, so like your bow or crossbow does not matter. Technically speaking, I mean, the crossbow will give you like a teeny bit of vulnerable damage. It's irrelevant pretty much, but the bow will make like your cow traps and other stuff like feel a bit more snappy. So. So this is Andy's poison build? No, it's not. Why'd your Rapid build use elements instead of corruption? Because like you're gonna proc. You're gonna freeze them anyway, so like what value does corruption actually give you on a cold? I'll say what value. I'm gonna say what value. I mean, you do get 40, like you do get a 40% more value on the mixed cold imbuement, but it'll be worth less than what elements gives you. Hey, we got a Shaco. No GA on it though, but we do have another Shaco. The second Shaco I got. Well, I crafted the first Shaco, but hey, we got a Shaco. I'm just gonna salvage it so I can get my spark, but still. You said wouldn't need, but it'll help your damage a lot. What would, Jose? Did your Shank build get buffed in the next patch? It becomes playable. I put it that way. It becomes playable. Like, it's hard. It's like, it means I can survive because I can actually proc. I can proc Umbrus now, so I can survive. That makes the build actually a thing. That can be, you know, I don't have to sit there and like, you know, lose a bunch of damage or whatever just to try to be able to survive like I was trying to do. So now I can survive and it's actually like a big deal. Alright, so where are we going now? Are we going to Andes and Dario? So I have asked, will 6 Stygian runs will be enough for a few runs? Well, I'm gonna do like another round of players. So it'll be like you and someone else and someone else. So it'll be like a whole group. What's set up am I farming for? Well, better stuff for rapid fire, better stuff for barrage. Definitely stuff for Andario's things. Like you salvage my Shaco? Yeah, I already have one. And I guess so I'm just gonna use the spark so I can actually craft a different one. I have 3 sparks right now. Colis, he's got 2 more for Duriel. Okay, so we'll do that then. Now, if it had like a GA on it, it'd be a different story. I would have kept that and then salvaged the other, of course. But yeah, it was just a regular Shaco.
I need more time.
It's fun leveling with meme builds plus Ubers. Yeah, I think leveling has been a bit better, a better experience in this game, for sure. Must be really boring if you stream people playing it. I missed the context. What happened there? Bow equals speedier punctures? No. Nah. I want Heartseeker to push me to pit 200 in new patch. I definitely do not want that. I don't want that. It's like the moment, like if I was someone who actually enjoyed pit pushing or whatever, the moment that happens, I have nothing else to do. Because the carrot has been achieved. Now what? I like the idea that there are levels that are so far out of reach that that you always have something to want to obtain if you like that kind of content. Nobody's hitting 200, so it's not like fun to even pit push. But I don't think it'll be more fun to hit 200 though. Like I think here's the thing I have to say. Like what makes the number 200 more fun than like let's say the number 140? Like what happens in a pit 200 that doesn't happen in a pit 150? That makes it more fun. No, I'm like I'm legit asking like what tangible difference is a 200 versus a 150 in terms of like what happens? Do the mobs do anything different? Do like does your character get like a new emote when you finish the 200? Does confetti drop from the whatchamacallit? Like confetti's filled with like, you know, hearts and like brains and gore and blood or something, or like what actually happens? 7-minute abs. Imagine the okay. Imagine the amount of mass. Okay. That's actually that's a fair point actually. Higher Stygian drop rate at 200 also I guess is a fair thing. But I guess my thing is that what would make the 200 more fun? Is it just the number of the Stygian stone, or the probability that the Stygian stone like drop rate will make it more fun? Or I'm just curious. Like I'm legit like actually curious. Is Andy's Heartseeker gonna be a thing? Like, you mean like a I mean, technically you can run Heartseeker instead of Puncture for For the Andarios build, you can. I mean, it'll be weaker, like a little weaker, but you can do it. The thrill of getting one shot if something breathes on you. Well, if you're gonna do a 200, you're probably gonna end up finding some way to be like invincible, like you know, like unkillable, like you know, the unkillable sword or the unkillable barb or whatever. So you kind of take the fun out of the one shot process, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Jose, Cortez, yeah, exactly. That's true. We don't know if it's not the 200 though, right? Well, I mean, we don't, but maybe it'd be more fun if it didn't, right? Like, what if it went on to 250? What if it went on to 300? Will my fun increase? What if I clear pit 2,000? Right? Like, would my fun factor go up? I'm legit asking. Demigod gear for top 5 pit pushes each league would be fun, like what PoE did with the races. Harry, I mean, I guess that would be okay, but I think the problem with that, honestly, is that the top 5 will go to the people who spent the most real money in the game. In this game, I'll put it that way. With the way that things are right now, the top 5 would definitely go to whoever has spent the most money in the game. There might be like one person, maybe 2 people that might just actively trade it like for hours upon days to get the best gear with, you know, using mostly just gold. But the majority of that ladder would be legit pay to win. But I mean, sure. I mean, that's a Blizzard RMT issue though. I mean, I think RMT is so a game with an economy is going to, for the most part, have some sort of real money trading issue, right? Have you guys seen have you all seen the latest thing on Steam? It's called Banana, the game called Banana, where legit all you do is click on a banana. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. There's a game called Banana, and like the only thing you do in this game is you click on the banana. And the more that you click on the banana, the more that like you can win prizes or whatever, like skins or whatever, but you have to be able to, like, you know, click a lot or click a lot for a long time. So people have actually made bots to be able to farm clicks to then get the skins and sell the skins. So there's real money trading in the game Banana. You know what I'm saying? Like there's you're not gonna stop people from finding ways to make money in the game. It's not like a Blizzard issue. That it's a thing for any game that has some sort of economy that you can tap into. Right, so it's not a Blizzard thing, but I mean, Blizzard can literally stop real money trading. You know how they do that? Prevent trading. But obviously that'd be bad. You don't want to prevent trading from an action RPG, right? But that's how you stop real money trading. If you can't trade, then you can't real money trade. So, but you have the other problem, whereas, oh, I can't trade in my action RPG. Well, yeah, that's the other problem. So people can solve it, just not in the way that people like, right? Yeah, but yeah, Banana is lit though. If you guys have never played Banana, oh no, this is not the right end. No, this is a low level one. Oh yeah, yeah. I was like, wait a minute, what happened to this one? Yeah, this one is not the tormented one. Yeah. All right. What you guys be doing? There's literally bots performing twitch drops for RMT. Yeah, see, like you can't like it's very difficult to police it, right? Very, very difficult. Why do people care about skins for a banana though? Have you not seen how cool banana is? Bro, you have to just play it. You have to play it. You have to play it. That game is lit. I'm telling you. Definitely on like my top 5 game of the year candidates for the most part. He's an investor. I know. I'm being sarcastic, right? Am I being sarcastic? Who here has not? Well, who here has played Banana and don't think it's like a really good game, like a award-winning game? Come on, man. But to be honest with you though, let's be honest. Let's be real. How many games do you know, right? Where a developer, practically an unknown developer, can create a game so simplistic and addicting that you have thousands upon thousands of players playing it with no in-game content, no in-game, no leveling, no bosses, no anything. You click on the banana and thousands of people want to play your game. Do you not think that that's like a genius tactic? Like, come on, like that's Flappy Bird, bro. Banana's way more simple than like Flappy Bird. But that's genius. Like, how do you get someone to want to come back and play your game of just clicking on the banana? Like, I mean, you have AAA titles that can't get people to play their game. Like, what was it? Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Like, they spent how many millions of dollars and like no one wants to play that game, but yet clicking on the banana has way more concurrent players. Like, think about that. I'm just saying. How is that not impressive? It makes no sense, man. I mean, I'm just saying, like. I'm not one of those people. Yeah, the metrics are very impressive for a game like that. It's just, you know, devs are doing it wrong. Devs are doing it wrong. That wasn't a banana, just just like, I think I played that. What? Dawson said, please have a try Pangorger's gauntlets. Why didn't I like them? Because Pangorger's proc doesn't proc victimize. So the damage is actually okay, but it doesn't proc victimize. And since all of your damage from Heartseeker comes from the victimized key passive, then it doesn't really do anything. Holy crap, it shot to number 2. I'm serious. I'm telling you, banana is it, y'all. I'm telling you. One stream, we're gonna stream banana. I'm telling you. Banana got on Maxroll, hell yeah. $700,002 people played banana today. See? Strategy, click more, exactly. Telling you, man, they can market that stuff. You can start marketing like you know, keyboards and like, not keyboards, like you know, like gaming mice for that, right? This is the best banana gaming mice out there, man. Max for a minute drag clicking. We need a hammer one. You streaming now for a sec? Best banana skin selling mouse by now. Yes. Gecko's like, I got this, guys. I got a new chair with a specific posture for playing banana. Best banana monitor reviews. It really brings out the yellow. Oh man. Best calibration banana settings until you like for your monitor. I'm telling you, man. So much you can do with this. But y'all thought I was joking about banana. I was serious. But I guarantee you, man, like I can only imagine like indie devs and like AAA devs or like that just scratching their heads at that. You're just like, man, why haven't I not come up with this idea? Like, do you know how much money like they have to be making off a banana? Like what's the what do you call it? What's the like upkeep for that? Right? Like, you know, like balance patches or, you know, like, you know, tunings or whatnot, you know, like genius game, man. I got nothing good here. I make sure I don't like salvage anything that actually looks like something I want. Dark Side season not stagger as fast as I've seen in your video. Maybe my lucky hit chance is like 50% plus. So the different types of utilities is what makes you be able to stagger the boss. So the more different types of crowd control you apply to a boss, the more stagger you apply to the boss. So if you apply the same crowd control over and over to a boss, then you're not building a lot of stagger at all. That's why like in the guides or whatever, we kind of like we recommend doing, you know, several different type of utilities on your gear. How many of those 702K are bots? Probably like 500K of those are probably bots, but because I mean, once you find out that you can legit sell skins, yeah, bots are playing. Bots are like, oh hell, yeah, I can make some money off of this. The banana skin market is becoming saturated. Appreciate the follow. It's about the experience. Absolutely. I got a sword. Probably an Azarath. It's a double GA Azarath sword. Yep. Skin now, forever hold your skin. Why do people spend money on the banana skin though? It just changes the color of the banana to click. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Someone got an Andes. In my whispers though. Wait, did we reset already? Okay, there we go. What pit level do you reckon is the equivalent to, like, say, Duriel? Like, well, I mean, the mobs in the pit and the pit boss are two totally different things, though. So I don't know if I could, like, relate the two. Also depends on the build too. That also kind of gives you an idea. But I mean, tormented bosses can be done with a build that's like you just put together, but you got like maybe like 15, like level 15 glyphs all the way around. You got to build together. You got most of the tempers necessary. You can go kill torment and anything at that point. Once you're like, with a good build. I did all the tormented bosses on day 2 of the season. If that kind of gives you an idea. Where you get a real banana and tap it with your finger. Give him what's going on from YouTube. Is it true Helltide is the best place to farm GA items? It's the best place to farm for items. You don't get better GAs or a higher chance of GA in Helltide. You just get more items in Helltide. So because you get more items in Helltide, you naturally get a higher chance for GA items to drop because it's just more drops. It's not like a higher drop rate of any sort. Comedy, what's going on? Poison resist. Boss will. Sun's anti-banana sentiment. See, this even worth keeping? Probably not. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna hold on to it as a just in case.
Don't ruin all that work.
Just saw a guy with the most insane amulet: 4 Frigid Finesse, 4 Malice, 4 Weapon Mastery. That is very good. Like, very good. I almost have an amulet like that, but I have a, well, it's not masterworked yet, but like it's like 2 Weapon Mastery, 2 Frigid Finesse, and like 1 Malice is all I could roll on it. Her plus 1 Malice, which is unfortunate. So I'm working on trying to get that to plus 2 Malice or plus 2 X-Play. Probably Malice is probably what I'll end up trying to get because then I can use that amulet for more things. But yeah. Juan said they all watch The Voice. I have not. Did get Starless Skies from Vershawn though? Did you? Very nice. At what point is tipping point where losing items with lucky hit, shake or not amulet is a liability? Honestly, I think as long as you have, as long as you're popping a potion all the time, then you're mostly okay. I think that's kind of where I'm at with it, honestly. Because I think if I lose or when I lose lucky hit on here, right, then I will have, I think it's like 48% lucky hit with the elixir, and so I'm okay with that. However, I probably want to try to like masterwork more of the lucky hit here on my gloves or whatever, as well as my most of the gloves. But yeah, or get better, like see if I can get some GA lucky hit rings or whatever, which obviously are very hard to get. How much gold would you need to make the Paragon board for cold TV Intersight right now? I mean, we'll have like a planner stream where I do all that, kind of like how Woody Joe does his, in a sense. Where we just do a planner stream. So if Victimize can't crit, why do we want crit on Heartseeker? Because Victimize's damage is based off of your damage. So if you crit, then the victimized number is based off of your damage when you did crit. Does that make sense? So you want to crit, so therefore your victimized proc is the highest as it can go, even though it's still a white number and not a yellow number. This is why you love me. What I did? Are topazes or sapphires better than weapons? It literally doesn't matter. There's no like actual difference. No realistic difference between the two. Some streams I do topaz, some streams I do sapphires. But there really is no actual difference, no realistic difference. Dude, I've been rolling on an amulet with +1 mouse for days. The plus feels impossible. The +2 feels, yeah, bro. I'm with you. I've like right now on this amulet, I'm like, where am I at? Where is it? I think it's here. Yeah, here it is. On this amulet, I think I probably have ran through like 800 million gold so far, and like over like 12 to 1300 angel breaths on this on just this amulet alone. Like I found this amulet, so like I'm so trying to make it work there. You finally cleared T100 on Flurry, like grenade Flurry, or just regular Flurry? Why didn't I temper first? That's actually a very good question. I actually thought I did already. I actually thought I did already. And then I just looked at it and was like, oh yeah, I actually didn't even temper yet. I probably should see if I brick the item first before spending any more money on it, right? Alright, Oscar, man, you have a good one. How many maps do we have overall? I feel like we've been doing quite a bit of boss runs. My grill, my golden shower. Hey, I've seen that name before. Were you in Moody's chat? GA lucky hit, vulnerable gloves, attack speed crafted. 1 GA lucky hit gloves, critical or crit attack speed. I should be ready to use. I got 30 crit with the 2 GA ones currently. Did 30 crit. What's 30 crit? I'm sorry. The first glove's actually. So you have 2 GA lucky. So you have GA lucky and GA vulnerable, and then attack speed is what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I'd probably use the first one. The as long as you have crit chance on the other two, then not having it on your glove is not as big of a deal.
My bags are full.
Still doing tournament runs, yeah. I think we're about to be dry pretty soon though, like really soon. I don't tip prefer sometimes on purpose. Sometimes you just gotta send it, sure.
How can I help? Come back if you need the forge.
Did we reset already? Are you still down? We can keep going until everyone's dry, and then we'll just do a whole new group. Where are you stream from? I'm in the U.S. East Coast U.S. I'll say Southeast. You have a few maps put in the list. Did I already do that already? Can I criticize? Can I criticize your gears? If what you're asking. Wait, Cola, did you get all that today? You got Doombringer and a Andes today? Oh wait, everybody's out. Okay, so everybody's out, I think, right? Is everybody dry? It's so late night. Same here in Florida. Okay, I got you. I usually start. Okay, you're in Florida. Okay. So I start usually between 9 and 10, like 9 p.m., 10 p.m. roughly, like between that time. Sometimes I might start a little later than that, just depending on what's going on during the day. But I try to start between 9 and 10 p.m. All right. Well, appreciate the runs, guys. That was fun. Thank you there. Topaz and weapon instead of blue gem. It doesn't matter. I promise you it doesn't matter. There's no super secret anythings. The difference between the topazes and sapphires for like GG setup is like 0.01%. Literally I change out daily. Some days I do sapphire, some days I do topazes. Promise you I'm not keeping any secret from you, from anybody. All right, Timus, are you there? Calling out new party. We got Timus, B7, and Electro 1. All right, so Timus, you're up. Let me get your tag there. Copy in place. Who's Mr. Trixie, by the way? Is that D's? Actually, Electro One, were you serious about doing these or nah? Oh, you were okay. I wasn't sure if you were like okay. So yeah, D's. I think you're up next on like the very next one. By the way, guys, send me an invite. Teammates, I already sent you a friend's request. Same thing with B7. How do you join? I don't like have like a mod to kind of like take care of the queue thing for me. So basically, it's just you send me your battle tag or whatever. Flux. So what's your battle tag? So I'm doing it manually. Which is obviously not the most efficient way to do it, but I don't really do these often, so I don't have a system set up previously. So the 3 people I just sent invite, request party invite. There we go. Electro and Timus. There you go. I'm also using the crossbow too, so I guess there is that to consider. Because since there is a teeny bit of vulnerable damage there, but like not enough to really make an actual difference. But I think the idea is that even if you do use topazes with GG, like a ton of vulnerable gear or whatever, the difference is like so minusculely small that it legit doesn't matter. Never looked at your gear. Well, Gecko, the reason why, I'll do it later. The reason why is that if I do it now, then it's going to be a stream of gear checks. And I'm not trying to do that right now. So I got you, but I'm trying to stay on task. For now. For now. The topazes or sapphires in majority right now. You said which looks better? Honestly, I think the blue looks better. So I think I actually might do like a mixture. Like we'll do like 1 blue, 1 topaz, 1 blue, 1 topaz to kind of like mix up the little bit of like color variety or whatever. Right? Although I do think that the topazes look better with the green gems. Honestly. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Is a calculation how much vulnerable damage you have to know what gems to use. I mean, I know Hassan, but like I think honestly 0.01% damage doesn't actually matter. Like calculation or not, no one's gonna get any real benefit between choosing topazes or sapphires when you have a lot of vulnerable damage. Like there's no actual tangible difference. I think the obsession over it, honestly, it's just really not worth at all. Everything adds up, but the thing about it is that like if it okay, I'll put it to you this way: if I sit here and I logged onto your account and I changed gems on your account and you start doing some runs, you won't even know I did it ever until you actually checked your weapons and be like, oh, there's this gem in there. Oh, he put 3 topazes and 1 sapphire. Oh, that's the reason why I couldn't clear whatever. You would never know. There'll be no actual tangible difference. You can say 0.01% adds up, but like how many times do you need 0.01% to add up before it's actually worth something? Even in the competitive aspect though, like do you really think 0.01% is going to be a different the make or break of whether or not you clear a certain tier? Like, nah. That's the thing, like nah. Right. So like that's what I'm saying. Like in this case scenario, we're not talking about like 4 or 5% increase. If that was the case, then yeah, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, do it, because I mean it is a 4 or 5% increase, and even though you probably still won't feel that, 4 to 5% like is, if you're min maxing is worth something, right? But 0.01%, like, I mean, we really just like. It's just of optimization. I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess you could say that. If it makes you feel better, sure. I'll put it that way. If it makes you feel better, then sure. I just don't want anyone like people coming in and be like, oh, did you know that whatchamacallit is better? And like, better for what exactly? Like, we get like people will get, was like, oh, that's the reason why I couldn't do whatever because I'm running the wrong gems. And like, that's just not true. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just not true. Like, I guess that's the part I'm trying to prevent from people feeling, oh, I'm running the wrong gems. That's why I couldn't speed 100, or that's why I couldn't do this. Now, that's where the confusion happens, and that's what I'm trying to prevent. Now, if you just want to feel better because you got 1.01% more damage, then sure, right? But going around saying it's obviously better is just a huge over exaggeration, right? But people will do it. Show my crossbow, sure. Has anyone actually tested the design and not just making stuff up? I mean, I've done both. I've ran topazes, I've ran sapphires. I switch back and forth often, just because. And I've noticed obviously zero difference because the math checks out. There is no actual tangible difference. It's just drip at that point. Are you blue gang or are you yellow gang? That's all that matters at that point, right? Yeah. But to be honest with you, I think the blue gems look better, so I'll probably end up just rocking with those, like staying with those.
Greetings.
Especially when I actually wear dex gems in my gear, like I think the blue and the green look real good together. I mean, isn't transmog end game anyway? So like, shouldn't we be worry about how good we look? How good our gear looks? You know what I'm saying? Blue gang. What is mid maxing? No, min maxing. Sorry, min maxing is like when you're trying to squeeze every little percent of efficiency out of your gear, whether it's damage, defense, those kind of things. You got second Endurios? Wow. I haven't seen anything yet. Show me my current vulnerable damage. Well, my in town is going to be different. Are we talking about like stats, or are we talking about like the victimized passive? Because we all know that the in town vulnerable damage is different than the in the thing vulnerable damage. Let me get into the Durio real quick. Fashion is the end game. I don't disagree. Hassan, I got you. Will I come back to Barrage? Yeah. I wanna play it with Blaze Shift, but I can't right now until the new patch. Wait, did we not reset? Oh wait, actually, before I reset, let me look at my. Wait, why can't I hit this thing? Yeah, I can't hit this mob. He can do damage to me, but I can't hit him. Wait, what? Is that a thing? Okay, there we go. No, wait. I still wait. Okay, I can shadow step him.
I'm not ready yet.
This Caltraps is what kills him. Can someone clip that? It was. I can't believe. What? Anyhow, that's on 1961.6. What was that? Next Uber boss leaked. Bro. Perfectly normal enemy behavior. How did plus 20 vulnerable and plus 45 basic end up being similar damage? Because everything has diminishing returns. So the more something you have, even if it's in its own bucket, ends up being worth less the more you put into something you already have. That's why. So at a certain point, the basic attack gems for the most part end up being equal to or very slightly better than the sapphires, but not enough to where you will actually feel the actual difference. What's my malice rank? Should be 7, I think. Yeah, 7. And I also don't. Well, I guess that's included in the calculation. Never mind. How many Ubers I got in a day? Just one. I got one. I got a Shaco. I salvaged it obviously for a spark because I already had a Shaco. But yeah, if I can get one more spark, I can craft an Andes. The best for me to go is for a topaz. I mean, I figure that, but how much better is it though? What are we looking at? The mob start dropping to 925. I guess nobody can tell how much better. Well, I mean, like, given my gear and stats, Hassan, I think you have the calculator up. Like, how much is it actually giving me? So I can like tell people like exactly what percent I'm actually gaining from it. So when I get asked. I got a couple of helm drops, it looks like. Helm. Boo. Boo on the helms. How strong do you think you should be to fight Duriel solo? Honestly, just as long as the build is fleshed out. Like if you have a build that's like together with some tempers or whatever, and you're like your armor capped and res capped, then you can do any of the torment bosses. Electro one. I think that might be a pretty good clip for like a YouTube short. What do you think? Maybe title it like Caltraps OP or something like that. Like Caltrap meta. new Caltraps build. We can do this. You're crafting for Andy's. And well, yeah. Andy's in the Starless is kind of what I want now. Heartseeker nerf can't even kill a fall. You know what? Man, that would debate so many people. Heartseeker actually nerfed. That'd be a great title though, because everyone would click on it. It's like, oh, what? I knew it. I knew it. I knew Heartseeker was getting nerfed. I knew they nerfed it. It's not worth it to craft Andy since it's the most drop Uber. Wait, is that a thing? I thought they all, like, I'm pretty sure they have the same percentage chance to drop, right? Hey, thanks for your nice bills. Hello from Germany. Hey, man, what's going on? Do you run Poison Trap over Death Trap because of the long cooldown? I mean, I guess you could say that, but Poison Trap allows me to do two things. I get 12% more crit chance, which means I can kind of give up a stat on a piece of gear for crit chance, and still hit 100% crit chance with everything up. And it also gives me a very easy way to proc half of Retribution aspects. So like I don't have to wait until my stuff starts to proc. I can literally proc it immediately with Poison Trap. So I get 1/2 of Retribution, of the double dip of Retribution immediately. So I can get that damage to ramp up quicker. That's kind of why I like to use Poison Trap. I don't think it's, it's not necessary. I think a lot of players prefer like concealment in general, but I still like Poison Trap. Especially like with the snare glyph. Poison Trap is actually quite nice. All right, Fauci, you have a good one. How many crit chance Heartseeker build you need? I wouldn't say there's a need, but I mean, I like to have enough to where I can hit 100% when everything is up, including inner sight or whatever. So that magic number for my build, for my setup, is 26. So anything more than 26 crit chances, really won't help me when all of my buffs are up. Put it that way. So without Poison Traps, though, that magic number to hit 100% will have to be a little higher. So, like, you just add 12% to that, right? So 38% roughly. Wait, what happened? Oh, he got a grandfather. What? GG's. People are going to salvage all their Heartseeker. Rapid Fire fixes Heartseeker targeting. Oh, Rapid Fire fix breaks Heartseeker targeting. Heartseeker damage has been reduced roughly 25%. Yeah. Actually, I don't really know how to make a YouTube short, honestly. I'm going to have to like Google like how to actually do it. Because I've never actually done one before, so... But now that I have a clip that I think is actually worthy of doing one, then yeah, I'll do it. GA grandfather's streamer server is real. killed Torment Dury at least 30 times now. I know you think you're bugged. I mean, 30 times is roughly like, it's not good RNG, but it's like, you're probably on the tail end of bad RNG, I guess, somewhere towards the tail end. But it's not like it's not like it's impossible for that to happen. Actually, you didn't see what the GA was? It was on the all stats portion of it. Penny McKenna's kicking in soon. Next time for sure. Yeah, Blue. What was it? Appreciate the follow. Oh, I'm coming. My bad. Playing you Andy's build right now. I can't see Nabia to keep up Umber stacks. What FX should I replace to get more crit chance? I have to actually look at it. What pit tier were you trying to do? Like, were you doing speeds or what? Wait, did it change the FX so it'd be easier to keep it up? That's for melee builds though. Right, so like Heartseeker. So I mean, I guess Flurry will be able to proc Umbrus, but I mean Flurry has such a low like but yeah, I guess it would be a tad easier for sure next week, I guess. Now that I think about it. A nice score. Yeah, Penny McKenna's is kicking in soon. We'll see. I really do want a Starless in the Andes. I probably end up playing more with the Starless guys than Andes. But we'll see. Topaz better than Sapphire for Heartseeker. I mean, it's basically the same thing, honestly. Topazes would be like teeny bit better. We're talking about like, you know, less than 1% better. So you can, but there really is no actual difference. No realistic difference. That's only if you have a lot of vulnerable damage. I guarantee you, if you make the switch and you try it, you're not gonna notice the actual difference. So. I gotta make a fax. Nah, man, it gets I don't mind. There's crown. I guess it would. I guess I could though. I could make a command, but if I make a command, then YouTube can't see it because they don't want to get the same commands, right? So the solution, honestly, is just to wear no gems, right? That's the solution. You know what we're gonna do? That's what we're doing. We're doing no gems. Screw Sapphire. Screw Topazes. We're doing no gem, the no gem meta. Okay. We're just not even gonna do gems. We're just removing gems. Where's my jeweler at? Take my gems, sir. We ain't running no gems on our weapons. Let's see. Diamonds and skulls. Do like 2 diamonds and 2 skulls. No gem is best for Heartseeker? Yes. It's the new meta. Absolutely. It makes you move faster too, because you know how like carrying a crossbow and like your swords or whatever, like, you know, they have like wind resistance. So like if you have holes in your weapons, you naturally gain movement speed. I almost couldn't say that with a straight face. So my rogue is now more aerodynamic. Do I know the attack speed breakpoints for Heartseeker with the bow and crossbow? I have it. I have the formulas written in the guide itself, but I can't name out every single one for every. Yeah, I can't like recite every one by memory. I put it that way, but we do have it listed in the guide under mechanics, and I pretty much show you every breakpoint there. Yeah. Put skulls in it? Nah. I think the no gem meta is where it's at. I think we're gonna just run the rest of the stream with no gems. And we'll do some pit runs and everything with no gems in the weapon. Was there any changes to the build in the patch notes for Heartseeker? No, not really. No. I think it's really the only rogue build that doesn't really get any actual changes to it. But for real though, the Weebles, I guess the reason why it doesn't bother me that people are asking about it is because the way that I look at it, honestly, is that like if people are asking about it, it means that there are people jumping in and out of the stream. Like they're coming in and out of the streams on both platforms. So that literally means I'm growing. Like if no one's asking about it, then I'm not getting new viewers. That makes sense, right? Because obviously the people who are here know that I'm literally just going back and forth between Topazes and Sapphires just cause. But the people who don't know are people who are new viewers. See what I'm saying? So if I get asked about it a lot, each stream, I'm getting a lot of new viewers. And that's a good thing. That's growth, right? I'd be a little worried if no one asked. And like no one knew it's coming by, you know what I'm saying? Like no one's stopping in to say hi or whatever, and you know what I'm saying? See, there's a guy in YouTube, he said, I'm new for the last 2 weeks, to be honest. Yeah, see? There you go. Heartseeker nerf equals channel growth. But in all seriousness, that's why I don't mind, because it's like, you know, for a streamer of my normal size, I guess, you know, I see their growth, and it's kind of like cool, you know what I mean? You can always just start a rivalry. Take about the list of joining you. I gotta go in like 10 minutes to get ready for dinner. Ah, okay. Hey, where you going? Like, what to eat? Rax lift eyebrow be saying so shit. Oh man. You see them dollar bills? I mean, to be honest with you, to really make a living, like a decent living for like, let's say, a content creator per se, like you would kind of need to like average maybe like at least nowadays, I think, because the ad revenue you get is less than what it used to be by a pretty significant margin. Days, appreciate the sub. Thanks, bro. You need like roughly about 1,000 concurrent viewers. 1,000 concurrent viewers and about 400 to 500 subscribers on average. Will get you to like, you know, kind of like that okay, I can like kind of live off of this. And what I mean by live off of this, I mean like, you know, you still need to budget pretty well or whatever. You're not like going, you know, buying a Porsche or anything with that with that type of viewership. But that's like at that point, the amount of revenue you get from Twitch would be enough to be sustainable for like you know, not having to get like another job, if that makes sense. Like that's like the like barrier of entry kind of thing. Then of course you got your YouTube, right? So like depending on whatever your YouTube is doing as well, helps. But generally speaking, like there becomes a certain point where you make less from streaming and things than you would for your sponsorships. So what really makes you kind of pop off in that sense of being able to like live comfortably is the fact that because you have that kind of viewership, that you're gaining access to more sponsorships that are willing to shell out like $1,500 a month just for you to put their name at the top of your stream, you know, or whatever. Like that's kind of where you really start to be able to make some real dough or whatever, because sponsorships at that point. You kind of have the same outfit as Dr. Disrespect. I never thought about it like that, actually. G Fuel is why I do 3-minute T100 runs. Oh man. Yeah, but that's me being like very transparent in terms of like content creating income per se, if that makes sense. Very few people actually make enough money to be able to like live off of this. Like we're talking about like, I don't know, like 0.05% of content creators out there actually can like do this for like an actual living. It didn't let you do the last meshes? Oh. Let me make sure. Oh, this is still trash. Okay.
I can break that down.
Okay, I'm coming. I think someone was saying, you said you'll get there. The thing is that like, honestly, I don't really look at, like I used to, there was a time frame where it was just like, I kind of wanted that, like, you know, like, I'm gonna say strive to do it, but like, I think everybody who does content creation would like love to get to a point where you're at a certain size, right? There is more obviously, the more popular you are, the more responsibility you kind of have in terms of being able, you know, making consistent content and keeping people entertained and whatnot. Making it is very difficult, but also maintaining it is also very mentally challenging. A person I think about the most, that I sometimes like think about like how he's doing, because I mean he's pretty transparent in general most of the time, but a person that I think about is mental health a lot, honestly, just as another content creator from Two Content Creator, is a DM. I say that because he rose to fame extremely quickly, right? Deservingly so. I'm very happy for him with that, and I'm glad he's got the success that he did. But he rose to that stardom very quickly. And when you're not ready for that, like when you go from being like, you know, pretty unknown to being massive in like a couple of months, like that type of growth is scary, because you're just like, holy hell, like, for one, what did I do to get that growth? Two, what do I need to do to maintain this growth, right? So now, a lot like what you were doing before, your life starts to change, because now you got this huge growth. You got to think about how to continue to sustain that growth, and therefore the way that you do content has to change. The way that you have to, you know, or you know, look at the content has to change. And then you also get more people who, you know, you get more people who like you, but you also get just as many people on the other side that that don't like you, so you get all this other like, you know, hate DMs or hate messages, whatever. I don't say hate messages, but like, you know, just trolls that just, you know, try to like bring you down, whatnot. So like, so equally you're getting a lot of people who like what you're doing, but you also get a lot of people who are talking shit about you too. So like you got it just, when it happens so quickly like that, I can only imagine what it does to someone's mental or whatnot. So I do think about it for DM in the sense where I'm just like, you know, I truly hope like under all the success he's having right now, I truly hope he's doing okay, like mentally. You know what I mean? I guess I say all that because yeah. DM Darth microtransaction. Maybe question, but should I focus on working my gear with greater FXs even though they're not 25 item level? I mean, eventually you're probably gonna end up replacing them pretty quickly. But like, I mean, if you got like a really good piece of gear that's like 2 GA and it works for your build, like if it actually works for your build and it's not a weapon that you're using, I mean, hold on to that because you know that that's gonna be something that you'll keep for a while and it's useful for a long time. If it's like a weapon or something, you're gonna have to replace that at some point because weapon level matters a lot because that's also your damage. Say a quick question. What are your thoughts on 3 ranks to exploit, ranks to weapon master for amulet, FX or Heartseeker? I mean, it works. I mean, any of the 4 passers are good. There's some. I mean, there's some that are better than others, but like any of the 4 passives is, you know, is good. So, is there any way I can make force for arrows shoot faster? I guess the same way that you would make everything else shoot faster. More attack speed, maximum value on your aspects such as rapid, etc. Use a bow instead of a crossbow. It's kind of really it. You can use an elixir with attack speed. That also works. Would forceful arrow ever be good? Honestly, I used to use forceful arrow all the time last season. Like before this season, I used it all the time on rapid fire. Loved it actually. It was my favorite basic attack to go to, or go-to basic attack for rapid fire. This season is a little different though because since we can CC so easily now with tempers, that the advantage of forcer arrow had in knocking enemies back or whatever, it just isn't really the same advantage that. I mean, it's not as advantageous as it once was because now we can CC everything. You know, do we need to knock back anything to stay safe? You know what I'm saying? Whereas before, like, you know, Puncture or Heartseeker didn't have any CC at all, really, or no, like, Heartseeker had no actual CC. Puncture had the slow, but that was kind of it. Whereas Force Arrow, you can knock things back, and so for rapid fire, it was actually good. But like I said, now that we could temper a bunch of utility stuff, that kind of just made Force Arrow the one reason why you wanted to use Force Arrow kind of drop off. Now, I still might do it on my rapid fire build on Monday. We'll see. Chances are I'm still going to do Heartseeker, but I mean, we'll see. Big DM said in the stream he's been trying to make content for like 7 years, but the Diablo channel is what helped him blow up. Yeah, well, I was a fan of, like, I was watching DM before before Diablo 4. I was watching him when he was playing Diablo Immortal, back when he was kind of like big into that. But yeah, it was D4 and like his approach to kind of more so the casual gaming per se. That really like did it for him for sure. I keep dodging your question. I'm sorry. Where's the Andy Heartseeker? Andy's build planner. You know I got one. I haven't actually sat down and did it yet, honestly. I do have an Andy's planner, which is pretty much the ones I have on Maxroll, right? But in terms of the Heartseeker one, like the Andy's Heartseeker, I haven't put it together yet. There isn't really much change that changes though. It'd be like very little differences. Yep, patch drops on Monday. We're gonna have quite a bit of content like happening for D4. We got the patch on Monday. We got PTR pretty soon after that. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot to kind of do and talk about, I guess, for a good chunk. So I don't know how long the PTR is gonna be though. It's gonna be like a week or two or something like that. So, but by the time the patch, by the time we have the patch and then the PTR and we play the PTR, it'll be like almost a little over 2 months of the season, 2.5 months of the season. So we'll be close to season 5 at that point. So honestly, I think this is probably one of the best season for sure, and like probably one of the seasons that's going to keep us interested long enough to remain playing the game, I guess you could say. Whether that's season 4 stuff, whether that's season 5 PTR, whether that's which is really cool, I think. Which is great for content creators, obviously. That gives us something to do. What's the highest pit level I completed? I don't remember. I haven't pushed at all yet, so I think it's what, 123. I think it's the highest I've or I guess 123 is where I stopped. Yeah, because I mean at that point it starts to get to the point where like I have to fish for the right boss, and like I just don't find that fun. Like I'm not trying to look for Malice or Spirit Caller or whatever. I just don't find that fishing kind of fun. I don't. You have 2 questions for me. If you had a choice, would you put more decks in the Ranger glyph or put more decks in the Chip glyph? Neither really. I would look for damage reduction that you can take. So like maybe damage reduction while or when affected by traps or whatever. If you don't have that node, those blue nodes and on the Deadly Ambush node, I would do that. Or maybe some life percent nodes that you may or may not have taken. That's kind of what I would do if you already have all of those done. Yeah, I can't imagine like some of those not be taken. So I put it this way: I look at my Paragon board, right? And like I will probably like if you don't have these two, I'll probably take 1 or 2 of these instead of just adding a point to Ranger's dexterity. Those kind of things. Question 2: it shows your guide to get 15% vulnerable damage. Should I change my weapon gems to basic instead of vulnerable damage, or should I try to increase my vulnerable damage as much as possible? Well, you should always do number 2. You should always add vulnerable damage for free if you can get it, right? Like as long as you can continue to get stronger, there's no reason to not get stronger. You can't. In terms of the basic gems versus the sapphires or whatever, I mean, the difference is like less than 1% damage. So like if you care about that, sure. Like after a certain amount of vulnerable you have, like if you have like a ton of vulnerable damage, you can go topazes or whatever if you want. But like you won't feel a difference. It's just more so of my character is less than 1% stronger. But you can do it. You can if you want. Right now I'm actually running no gems to somewhat, prove a point in a sense, or to establish a new meta, right? The no gem meta. So I just want people to realize how insignificant the trade really is at the end of the day. I actually forgot I didn't even have gems in my gear until I just spoke about it. Are we out? Are we dry? Why does Blizzard not give you guys codes for the shop to promote? B7, you know what? That's actually a good idea. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. That actually would be kind of neat in a sense. Like for like Diablo partners. Not like just like streamers, but like Diablo partners or whatever. I don't know. We do get like little perks though. Like we do get perks or whatnot. I can't like talk about them all, but we do have like for instance, like the expansion. Like I didn't have to do anything to get the ultimate version of the expansion. So obviously that's a cool perk. We need banana gems. So are you saying I should just put them back into HP? In terms of the Paragon stuff, yes. Yes. Because marksman damage or physical damage or whatever, it's all additive. It's all additive. It's worth so little that that's the reason why like we design our Paragon boards to skip damage. Because like you see this right here? You see this right here on the screen? Let's talk about it. You see this right here? I don't take this 5% damage. Why? Because it's additive. Right? That's why we only go minimum value on all of our glyphs, right? We take the minimum. We go here. Actually, I don't even have the minimum here. Oh, whoops. I'm missing a thing in there. Guess I gotta fix that, right? But anyways, yeah. So but yeah, so we take the minimum value because it's really not worth maxing the gems out, except for this one, exploit, because it is vulnerable damage and not scales with your key passive. But that's the only one you max out. Every single one of them is just you get just enough for the secondary and that's it. And then you pick up as much defense as you can because the defensive scaling is much better on the Paragon board than the offensive scaling. Speaking of which, though, where is that point, by the way, that I had or took? I think it might have been that. Hold on. No, okay, I need that. I'm like right at that min-match threshold, right? So I guess at this point it'll be remove max life, I guess, for a strength I did not take somewhere. There it is. Boom. And that, I wonder how long I've been running without this being taken. Oh well. It's just 10%, right? That's been in your head for a while. Yeah, no problem. For sure. If you have any questions, you can always ask. What bit am I making after a patch? Quite a few different ones. I would say making, but like Shank Rogue is going to be a thing. So excited to do that. I might do a Heartseeker Endarios Heartseeker setup or whatnot because I know people have been asking about that. It will be a little worse than going straight puncture Endarios or whatever, but you have the option to play it at a distance. So I think people are interested in that. Then I definitely want to play Rapid Fire with the new fix, hoping that it's better. Barrage, but with Blaze Shift as the basic attack for combo points. And what else is there? Oh, some Twisting Blaze stuff, because now Twisting Blaze is got a pretty nice buff, and you can play Twisting Blades with Innersight. And Innersight Twisting Blades is a lot of fun. Didn't read new patch notes. Did they nerf Heartseeker? No, they're not nerfing it. Will the Heartseeker Paragon board be changing now that rare glyphs require less secondary stats for the bonuses? Nope. Well, before I say no, I guess I might be able to save some poison resist. So I might be able to save some points here. Well, no. So it'll be this here, which means I may not need. No, actually, no. Never mind. I guess it'll still be the same thing here. I mean, not really. I mean, nothing's gonna really like change. That becomes like very important here. I guess maybe like this might, because then I'll be able to get like another 6% slow damage reduction. So that actually might be pretty nice to have. So like, but then that's just gonna happen naturally, right? Like I'll be able to just hit it naturally. So I'll gain more damage reduction naturally. But I don't see a reason to change any boards around or do anything different. I'll take another look at it, like really look at it. Like this here would be nice too. Another 4% damage reduction. If not from enemies affected by traps, that's actually pretty nice to have. Or will be pretty nice to have. But like I said, all those are just gonna happen naturally. I don't have to do anything different. There it is. Wow. Oh, critical. Got a question. Should you go with precision or victimize a pinch shot? Definitely victimize. Definitely victimize. All right. I think we need to. I think we need to go to the next round of peoples. I think. Oh, you said you have one more for Andor. Okay. Well then, yeah, we can do that. Juan, do I have you on my friends list or not? You're one of my favorite streamers for some reason. I guess I understand your explanations, maybe because your teacher background or teaching background. People have said that. Like people have actually like said that. Probably, because I mean, obviously, it's my job to make sure people understand the material I'm teaching. So, I do think about how I explain things because of that. I don't like just saying no or yes. Like, I want to tell you why I'm saying no, why I'm saying yes, or why it's a certain way, or try to get you to understand the whole concept of it, so you're not confused about things later. If that makes sense. Anyone else watch 2 streams while playing D4? Sasha Grey and Dioxide. An interesting mix. Red flags. I appreciate all the follows. Am I going to be on sometime this afternoon, evening? I'm more of an evening streamer, basically. So I stream every night. Oh, B7, are you there? He's the party lead. B7, can you reset? Yeah, I stream at nighttime. Like generally speaking, I usually work in the day. I say usually. Right now, I'm still in recovery, so I can't work. But even but I work in the daytime usually, so my streaming hours are at night. There was a time frame I thought about, like in the summertime, where I might do like a 2 streams a day or something. I do like a day stream and a night stream, like stream for like 3.5 hours or something during the daytime, and then like do my normal time at night. I thought about doing that, but like just for the summertime. Well, it's a summertime, so like, and I'm a teacher, so we're off for the summer. But yeah, I thought about doing a dual stream, like streaming twice a day, but I don't know. I feel like there's just a lot of like streamers who are on during the daytime. So it's like when you have like big names like Woody Joe and Rax and there's quite a few more. You got King Condor, you got DM obviously, but he's doing Elden Ring right now. But when he's playing Diablo 4, he's there. So it's kind of like there's so many other streamers that people could be watching. And I think to myself, is like, would it be like a thing for me to stream in the daytime? Like, would people actually come by and like chill? And you have so many options, right? At nighttime it's a little different because like the big names are asleep. Usually, I think Rax is probably on right now though. But yeah, usually the big names are asleep. The only one I have, Caden, reset. Like the only like big name that kind of streams at the same time that I do, who also play D4 is Dat Mods, right? So, now obviously he's a, mega big name as well, but there's less of hymns at night than like the daytime. What do I teach? Music, high school. So your wife is a 3rd grade teacher. My condolences. I know she does it for the love of it. But yeah, I can only imagine what that's like. 3rd graders, that's rough. But I'm sure she's very passionate about it, right? Obviously, like you do it for the passion, not the money. When your Starless guys just drop and pit 60 for you. Oh, very nice. Like, those are the feel-good moments right there. Kind of ironic your streamer hours are also for the West Coast folks. I heard it's pretty good for Aussies as well, like Australia and like New Zealand. But it's pretty bad for Europeans though, because they're definitely like sleep by the time I start. So unless I stay up till like, if I'm streaming for like 7 or 8 hours or whatever, then they're awake, right? Like then they're waking up and it's like, hey, what's up? Like I'll put it this way, like if I stream for another 3 hours, right? I will be getting like greetings from Germany, greetings from France, greetings from, such and such, because they're just now starting to wake up at that point. Great for us third shifters. Oh, by the way, D's, do I have you on the list? Because you're up. Greetings from Poland. There you go. Hi, France, 8:23 a.m. See, there they go. There they go. See. But I'm sure it's like really early for y'all, right? It's like literally 8 in the morning for y'all. So. Juan, did you give me your battle tag? What's your battle tag? Or I think you're already on my friends list, right? All right. Well, GG's current group. Appreciate the runs. Greetings from the Midwest. Hi from Singapore. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Juan, request invite. And then I got who D's. I'm gonna get you right now. No, don't do that. What I do? Copy. There we go. I feel like I might have been missing someone. Bannock is the only D4 OZ streamer I know of, but he's never on this time. I actually haven't seen Bannock as much in the recent. Is he doing all right? Do you think it's better to go ranks to exploit malice or finesse? If you're just speed farming, like if you have no intent on pushing, if you're just doing speed farming, honestly, I think finesse is the best passive. I'm close to 50 and then not higher enough. Been leveling though. The hell ties. Should I be thinking about Paragon board already, or do they only drop when you open up your board? I wouldn't put too much emphasis on it. I'll work on trying to get glyphs and things. Krilios, appreciate the Prime Gaming. Thank you, thank you. Well, greetings from Turkey. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, like this time of night, usually, like this time of night on, he said Bennett was doing well last stream. He let us use the music. All right. Whereabouts on your list? My IB. Now actually. I think you're on my friends list though. So guest request invite. Dread. Said no Ubers for you, Sally. What's the best spot to farm boss material? Depends on which boss material you were looking for. Your comedy says NYC still in the house here for you. I'm actually from NYC. Well, Brooklyn. Even though I lived most of my life in the South. Lethal, what's going on, Prime? Appreciate the Prime. Alright. Alright, guys, I'm ready. I'm just following y'all, so wherever y'all want to go, whoever y'all want to kill. I am only here to pew pew. That is my job. My job is to pew pew and pew pew well.
Come back if you need the forge.
I sound like Hank Hill. I sell pew pew and pew pew accessories. Why do we always have to leave a dungeon to reset? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. Misa, what's going on? He said, I must say I came from Lassie Pop thinking that the D4 community was toxic. But actually, I'm really amazed by the people that are so helpful in the community. So I've been recommending the game to my Lassie Pop friends and guild. So, the thing is that like the D4 community, like the people who've been playing Diablo for some time, whether you're coming from Diablo 3 or Diablo Immortal or Diablo 2, it doesn't really matter, kind of thing. Like it's mostly been like this, especially Diablo 3. Like the Diablo 3 community has always been down to help anyone, like in terms of like the content creators or whatever, and that's always been the case. But there are bad apples everywhere, right? A lot of times, depending on where you go, like let's say you hang out on Reddit, good luck, finding good apples on Reddit, I guess, right? But I think the people who are like pretty passionate about the game, who care about the game, are generally good people that just want the community to grow and stuff, regardless of the action RPG that you play, right? I mean, it's like that for Last Epoch. It's like that for Path of Exile. But you do have your loud minority that makes you think that, oh, everyone's like this because this loud minority, of players are saying this about the game or saying that about the game, or just saying, F this game for life. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, it doesn't necessarily, represent the majority. Because the loud minority might be complaining, but the majority are playing the game. They're out there doing what they like to do. They're, playing. They're, getting back to the community. They're not going to different places, being jerks or being assholes, right? So, like, that's what you have to consider in any action RPG, right? Period. But I totally understand why you said that, for sure. But yeah, it's just like you always have the loud minority that just don't like other people having fun, pretty much. They just don't like other people liking something else that they don't like, and literally that's it. Right? And that's it. That's literally it, man. But yeah, I would say that you can find cool people anywhere, really. Oh, am I the party leader? Yeah, let me give it to someone else. Deathstroke, you're now party leader. I'm terrible at like resets, man. Like I'm so bad at resetting dungeons. That's why I'm a terrible leader in groups, man. Like we literally will be sitting here for like 10 minutes and you guys are just like, Dioxide? You're gonna reset? You're gonna actually do your job? You're gonna reset? Yes, you were on reset duty. I am not good at that role. I am terrible at that job. What camera do I use? Logitech Brio. I actually think Logitech Brio is like one of the best streamer cams you can get for the price point. I say that because not because you want to use the 4K feature, because the 4K feature is irrelevant for streaming. It really is. There's no point. But the fact that you can do 1080p at 60 frames per second just makes the streamer themselves look a lot better. The frame rate especially, because there's a big difference between 30 and 60 FPS capture. Is it Logitech? I say Logitech or Logitech. I actually don't even know what the proper pronunciation is. I don't know. I really don't know. Is it Logitech or Logitech?
Hello.
Is it Logitech? Table Manners, what's going on? I'm debating on picking this game up. I was a huge D2 fan. I heard there were a lot of issues at the beginning of the game. Is it better now? The game is in a much better place now, significantly better place than it was at launch. I mean, it's like night and day difference. I will say this though, Table Manners. I'm going to be 100% honest with you, transparent with you. If you really like Diablo 2, you're a huge fan of Diablo 2, right? I don't know if D4 is gonna scratch that itch for you still. Just because D4 has definitely, while the changes are a lot better now, they're significantly better than launch, the game has kind of gone in more of a Diablo 3 direction. In terms of the way you farm and do things in the game, in a sense, and you may not like that. So the game is better for sure. But you definitely can see more D3 influences in the recent and you're gonna either like it or hate it. But I would say the majority of people like it. There's been a lot of positive things said this season about the season. Logitech. Okay. I guess I've been saying it all wrong this entire time. That's probably why they won't give me a sponsorship. I got a bunch of Logitech gear. I got the cam. I got the blue microphone. I got the keyboard, the mouse, the mouse pad. Like I'm decked out in some Logitech gear. But they'll probably be in the back. They probably came by a stream like, he's got a lot of Logitech gear, but he keeps mispronouncing our brand. So yeah, about that. Yeah, I didn't get anything. Logitech. Thanks, appreciate it. I'm mostly interested in the looting aspect of it. Oh, well, in that case, Table Manners, I think you will like it. The loot changes are considerably better. I think you will like the loot progression and things. Table Manners, to be honest. Yeah.
Hello.
I don't think you will enjoy the pit that much. But I think you will enjoy like the tormented bosses, and you would enjoy the loot for sure. To be honest, mispronouncing it made us talk about them a lot more. Giving them free promoting, yeah, I guess. Sponsorship incoming. It says on Google it's pronounced Logitech. Logitech? Can I explain why they say victimized Heartseeker build is a bug? So Heartseeker itself is not bug, but the victimized key passive has some double dipping interactions that it shouldn't have. So like it double dips with quite a few different things, which is giving us 3 times the amount of damage than we're supposed to have. It's probably the quickest way I can explain. I can explain that. But yes, so if anything is double dipping, that's technically considered a bug.
How can I help?
But in terms of season 4, you won't have to worry about anything happening to Heartseeker. It's not getting nerfed. Well, Victimize is not getting fixed this season, so you don't have to worry about yeah. God miss Uber's being non-existent, but you're not gonna complain. I'm kind of neutral about it. So double dipping is that some aspects give the multiplier to the damage. So not aspects per se, but more so glyphs and paragon nodes. But like legendary nodes are like double dipping. I have it like laid out on like if you want to know all the things that are double dipping, I have it mentioned in the guide itself, like under mechanics or whatever, and I show you the formula and why the double dipping is actually quite I'll say crazy, but definitely is what makes victimized builds quite powerful this season. Even if it gets fixed, it won't break the build. Like Heartseeker will go from being S tier to A tier, like if they fix if they fix victimized. So it's not like the build would die, but it does give us significant damage when, you know, for those who, you know, if you're pushing. You got an ad as you explain it. Of course, Twitch. Of course, Twitch. You guys got a Logitech ad, bro. It's happening. I think the only bad thing I would say about, well, actually, let me not say that, because if they actually do contact me, I don't want to say anything negative at the moment. Well, I guess this is a negative, but like, I'm not like, I gotta have my headphones. Like, I can't use gaming headphones. I just can't. Like, it's hard to go from like, going from an open back, like really quality set of headphones or whatever to like a gaming headphone. I just can't do it. Not saying that gaming headphones aren't quality, but like when you're doing more than just gaming, you don't really want to wear gaming headphones. Open back is the way. It is the way. It really is. I love my DT990s, man. I can't. Now, granted, obviously there are way better headphones out there for way more expensive, but for the price point, these Barrage Dynamic DT990s are just so good. And they like the soundstage is so good. Oftentimes, I would think like things are actually happening in the room that I'm in. Like I'll sit there and turn and whatnot, because it's like the soundstage is so realistic and it's wide. What about these road busts are you looking forward to testing the most? Rapid fire, honestly. Rapid fire, Andes, for sure. I'm gonna play some melee builds now that Umbras can be proc with melee skills, like cutthroat skills now, or anything. That's gonna help with that. So I'm excited about that too. Quite a few things I'm gonna play around with. I am sad that we're not getting like new aspects or new uniques or whatever. We normally do get stuff like that in the mid-season patch, but not this time around. We didn't. But that's okay though. Like I guess given how much of things we've gotten so far, like, you know, how good season 4 has been, I don't really have any like big complaints. Will the Andaria build be the best rogue build after mid-season patch? When you say the best build, best rogue build, no. Oh, it's a Doombringer. Hey, we got a Doombringer. Question is, do I salvage it for my 4th spark to get my Andes, or do I just hold on to it? I can't think of any build I will actually use a Doombringer in. But no, okay, sorry, I didn't answer your question, did I? I'm so sorry. I got sidetracked. Heartseeker will be the best build still. Andes will get better for sure. But in terms of like power, like if you want to know what deals the absolute most damage, it'll still be Heartseeker. The Andes will be pretty close. So Andy's probably would be better speed farming now. Should be. Keyword is should be. We'll see, but should be, yes. I would say like pit speed farmer, sure. I think Helltide speed farmer. I think Heartseeker naturally better at it because obviously you can hit things from off the screen. Whatever, you don't have to get close. So, but honestly, you really can't go wrong with whichever build you play. Like, it's not one of those things where it's like, you know, oh, Heartseeker's still better. Well, I'm gonna have, you know, stick with Heartseeker. It's like, no. Go play, like, you know, go play Andes, right? Like, it's gonna be a really good and it's a really fun build to play. With all this chat, do you have a clan for D4? I had a clan that from D3 that I planned. I initially planned on bringing it to D4, but the clan support thing was so bad that I didn't. And then also Maxroll made a clan for, you know, the Maxroll whatever. So I ended up just joining Maxroll's clan. Because, you know, creator, all that stuff. But I would have loved to have my own and just continue my clan TPA from Diablo 3. I was saddened how lackluster the clan support stuff was. Honestly. Price that she said, I got the DT990 Pros, but I have the 80 amp ones. They're so comfy. I actually have the 250 ohm ones. But part of me wish I would have gotten the 80, honestly. Considering, like, I'm not saying that these are tough to drive, but sometimes I might want to like take the headphones and like listen to something else, like somewhere else or whatever. And I just don't have the power to properly drive them outside of my own like personal space or whatever with my FIO or FIO headphone amp or DAC or whatever you want to call them. So it's just kind of like, yeah. Flex on these mofos with the max. I actually kind of forgot that there's like clan stuff or whatever. I think Andes is actually way more fun to play. Yeah, for like for some people, they enjoy it up close, in your face, type ordeal thing, or they like the poison. Like there are people who really like poison builds or dot builds, right? And like Andes is like perfect for that. Is Heartseeker Andes viable? So when we say Heartseeker Andes, are you mean like Heartseeker but with the Andes helm instead of Shaco? Is that what you're asking? I'm stacked. Any tips? I just started. I'm 46. Honestly, just keep leveling. Whatever build you're using to level with, just honestly just keep leveling. Eventually you'll get there over time. But you're looking at someone who's been playing, you know, on a daily basis for about at least 6 hours a day, or streaming at 6 hours a day at the minimum since launch. So my gear mostly reflects it. I mean, my gear isn't GG. It's good, but it's not GG. Like, I still got things I can improve on.
The forge is ready. Whatever you need, don't ruin all that work.
Hold on before I go back. Snowflakes by Profound Beats. It's been a long time since I heard this. I actually used to use this this song for like my YouTube videos. Because there was no copyright on it whenever I did use it. Also, I guess Doombringer would actually technically be pretty good for Shank Rogue. Uh, there are no tempers that you really care about, like a weapon per se, other than just vulnerable damage. So I mean, you do lose some, but you gain a lot of toughness. I guess I can go back to Dex gems and gear. I don't know. And they also, I guess, they're increasing the shadow proc thing, but even that, you don't really care about as much. We'll see. I might actually have some use for that. At least fashion transfers over the hardcore. The armor is sick. How long did it take me to get it? It's actually just it's a shop one. Actually, it's the only one I actually bought. Just because it's like really good looking. What's the point of frostbitten aspect and Heartseeker? He's second portion. The crit damage itself is a multiplier, so you just only take it for the multiplier. So when the enemies are frozen, you get 25% more multiplicative crit damage, which obviously, I'm saying obviously, but it works with victimize because it's based off of your damage. Let's see what we get in here. Yeah. How do I recommend farming for GA items? Honestly, just Helltide. Helltide just rains legendaries, and GA is just basically random, right? Any item can, has a chance to roll, or any item affix has a chance to roll greater affix. So there is no content that gives you a better chance of a GA roll. It's a matter of just stuff dropping. The more you farm, the more legendaries that drop, the more chances you naturally get at it. I invite Blood Maiden to tea in the morning. You're bribing them. I built my house next to Helltide. I don't find any 3 GA items. What am I doing? I get what you're saying now. The whole I invite Blood Maiden to tea in the morning. And don't forget, you got to take her out take her out for Valentine's Day. Can I show the stats on my helm? It's just an Andy's helm, so it's the same stats as everybody else's. Not Andy, sorry. Shaco, sorry. It's the same stats as everyone else's. Hey, why don't you use gems in your weapon? I was waiting for someone to ask. It's been like almost a whole hour and not a single person has asked. I get more questions about why I have topazes in my gem, in my weapons, than I do no gems in my weapons. Honestly, it's to prove a point more so than anything else. There's so many questions about topazes versus sapphires or whatever for Heartseeker or whatnot. And I understand the questions, right? But it's one of those things where it's it makes very little difference between the topazes and sapphires. It actually makes very little difference to even have the gems in your weapons, period. So to prove the point, I just literally been doing this entire time without the gems in my weapons. It's a new meta, no gems in the weapon. Exactly. I guarantee you, when I do end up doing some pits in a little bit later, I'll do them without the gems, and people won't know that I have them on. He's been at the point where you don't need gems while getting cared by viewers. Where'd I get the wings? The wings are from the pre-order in the expansion. If something is better than just running and call it a day. Yeah, I guess fair. Is max life best for Rogue to master work? I think for most of the builds, yeah. I think cooldown reduction can be helpful on some builds, but I think on most builds you kind of want the max life. But cooldown reduction is never bad. I'm following your build. Just want to know why there need to be critical strike chance, because you want to crit, and the initial crit damage you get from like your stats, the 50% is actually multiplicative, and since victimize takes your damage, right? So when you crit and you proc victimize when you crit, and your victimize gets your crit damage, even though the number is white. So even though victimize can't crit, it still gets your crit damage value. If plus 25% critical strike damage it says no help on the weapon, and something is after. I think the gems really need a rebalancing. Honestly, they did a little bit of it this season with like the main stat on your armor and pieces and stuff like that, but I still think they need to do more. So no Andes, no, not yet. But I do have if I can get one more. What do you call it? One more spark. I can craft the Andes. Is camera shake? Yeah. My ear itches for some reason. Why do you upgrade Frigid Finesse? We don't have any frozen abilities or chilled. You have freeze. You have chance to freeze. See, chance to freeze here. Chance to freeze here. Those kind of things. Now, if I get a Starless, I may not salvage that. So we'll see. So I have to kind of want one of those too. What's the most efficient way to hit armor cap on Rogue? One armor roll on gear, either chest or pants or whatever, and then do like % armor as a temper somewhere, and that's usually all you need. Or you can do 2 armor rolls, like one on chest, one on pants or whatever, and then then you're good. Usually, like your Paragon will pretty much carry the rest. Sure, I'm not looking at anything, missing anything. Oh, okay. If Ubers are no use in the mini necro and you have a 3-star stat on items, what next? Well, I don't think anyone has 3 stats or 3-star stats on all the items, so I mean the what next is extremely rare community at that point, like, so a lot like I guess any action RPG games, right? Like the loot hunt continues, I guess. Have basic skills always been this awesome, or just just this season? They sucked before. They were only good this season, pretty much. Go clear pit 200. Yeah, well, there's that too. You tested some Pain Gorgers on Heartseeker build? I have. The problem with Pain Gorgers is that the Pain Gorgers damage you get is only off of your Heartseeker, right? And since Victimize, since the Paingorger's whatchamacallit doesn't necessarily proc Victimize or take into account your Victimized damage, then it's a proc that isn't really worth it. Because keep in mind, all your damage is coming from Victimize, so anything that doesn't help your Victimize is kind of, I don't say useless, but like doesn't scale well. So it's just best to do a regular regular glove. Who got a Shaco? Oh, you got a Shaco, Juan? Doors bars drilling over that Doombringer. I wish Rose can scale that damage up a bit better on Doombringer, but it is what it is. So you need to rework your Paragon, have an Amethyst in my helmet because I need strength. For what node? Beat what node? What aspect do you recommend dropping for Inner Sight? You mean Intercom, right? If you're already using a Cursed Touch. Probably Elements. I would say Elements. Is a Skyho? Is a Skyho? Skyho? Skyhunter bow useful for any build? Nah, it's not. Two-handers are like two-handed uniques are very difficult to slot because the tempers are just way too good on like two-handers. Are you guys actually finding uber uniques from farming Durio, Andy? Actually, yeah. There's been people who've gotten some things in these runs. This guy I don't know what I said. I don't know. Actually kind of a nice to boss will. First 8 runs, you got Doombringer in the Starless Skies. I might actually consider, like, I thought about just salvaging this, but I think I actually might consider this with my Shank Rogue. Only because the tempers don't, like, there is no good like temper for that, like other than like Caltrap's duration, I guess. But like so I might have to consider that. I mean, the proc damage is still going to be like, you know, quite abysmal, but but yeah, even with the buff next patch. Are the servers down? I mean, I'm doing okay. But I'm not surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if That's a pretty big cow trap you got there. Hold on. Hold on, wait. Let me see if I can match yours. Hold on, wait. Okay, yeah, so you're running snare too, it looks like. Yeah, I appreciate that. Why does your Doombringer do more damage than yours? I don't know. Does it? I mean, can it? Is that even possible? I can't even sell you a Doombringer. It's a uber unique. Mine's 14k and yours is 12k. What, really? Probably from Paragon. I honestly don't know much about the Doombringer at all. I don't know what makes that stat change or do whatever weird things. Do you have a level 925? Well, I guess it always rolls 925. I actually don't know. I can't even. I don't even know. Yeah. 1479. Yeah, it's 1479, right? So. If you dash, it might change. Probably because you're using a ranged weapon. I mean, I don't have it equipped. It's just sitting in my stash. I guess, sure. Someone redeem hydrate. Didn't even see that. Sorry if your answer ad came up, but what's the fastest leveling up or farming for this build or below 50? Helltide. You want to stay in Helltide. At that level, yeah. At the level you can stay at Hell. You can stay in Helltide. Having my couch just complimented by the dude who made my build is an epic gamer moment. But you're also not running. Oh, okay. So you have cow trap size on one of your swords, and okay. It was very close to the size, to like my size, but I'm running snare, but no cow trap size. If that makes sense. That's why I was just wondering if we're running the same thing. It's a Doombringer from Wish. What? Do I still have step when using Heartseeker? Yeah, that's what you see me do. You don't do more damage for doing it, but you do get hit less. Doombringer at home. It's a team move. I'll try that, Hope. I'll try that. I'll take a look at it after this. Love Keck W. Alright, so let me dash. Yeah, actually, yeah, that is correct. I'm not even. What? I did not realize that was the case. Okay. Poison trap is the same as well. Like, is it the same way on Andy's as well? Like. Like, is it all procs like that, or just like?
Potato, 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 potato. Hey.
I'm just curious. That's interesting. Like, would it be different between like a bow and a crossbow then, or?
Come back if you need the forge.
Yeah, I actually never like knew that. It's interesting.
The forge is always hot.
Let me check my stash for something real quick. Typed up bow, so let's say. What if uniques could hold a bigger jewel? Ah. Alright, so we'll do that. We got that. Yo, yeah, it does. So with my crossbow, it's more damage than my bow. Obviously, when I'm using the crossbow, right? So, is it like that for all procs though? Like, what's my vulnerable damage in town? I think it's like 15 something. 15, 16 something. Yeah, I didn't know that. Like so I guess you said that works for X-Files too, right? Is it all procs that are like that though? Like, that's my ultimate question. Another Andes, really? Bro, I have yet to see one tonight. I gotta play with the like glasses on. Hold on, let me go find them. Okay, here we go.
The forge is always hot.
So, which gems are best in weapon slots? I don't know, man. I'm kind of like in this no gem meta, to be honest. Or Heartseeker. Yellow gems because it's Sunday. Nah. The reality though is, like, honestly, sapphires or topazes. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter on a build that's pretty. I don't say pimped out, but like if you got if you got a pretty decent amount of vulnerable damage or whatever, it doesn't matter whether you go sapphires or topaz. It's roughly the same ish. No gem fastest rogue heck, yes. Cubic zirconia. I don't want to confuse the guy though. Human, what's going on? Yeah. We're kind of just joking, but I mean, basically, I mean, if you've been using sapphires, then I mean, you can stick with sapphires. But like, if you're super like min-maxed or whatever, like you got like a bunch of development damage everywhere, and it's all greater affixed or whatever, topazes will give you like 0.01% more damage. So like, if you want to know the truth, that's what that is. But yeah.
I appreciate that.
We're gonna get one more Uber to drop for me. One. We can do it, right? We can do it. Hi, for Heartseeker Rogue is plus 1750 vulnerable damage is enough, or should you try to increase it? So, can I ask you a question? When you say enough, is it enough for what exactly? I mean, 1750 like on like a stat page is actually very good, but like, what is it? What is the reference? Hit 110 plus? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, unless you're getting into like maybe like 125 plus or something like that, then at that point it's about fishing more so than anything else, getting the right boss. But I mean, yeah, you got plenty. I mean, if you want to go for more, you can go for more, but I mean, as long as you're not sacrificing anything to get it, sure. I wouldn't sacrifice Lucky Hit for it, or I wouldn't sacrifice like some other stuff. I mean, if you're just getting it from like GA or something like that, or a masterworking, the vulnerable temper, then sure. Christian the Banger, what's going on, man? Have a good day. Oh, thanks for the 199. Found my Maxroll setup and having a blast. Thank you. Oh, cool. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, man. You think Heartseeker Andy build be good next patch? So do you mean like Heartseeker in the Andarios setup, or Heartseeker with just wearing an Andarios? The Heartseeker build with Andes, or Andes build with Heartseeker? Which one you're asking about? You have enough for 6 runs for the other? Okay, cool. I'm down. Gotta head out. Have fun today. You got you you got your Uber. Nice. I'm glad I can be of assistance. I took your Maxroll Heartseeker to the PvP field and got your cheese clap. Did you find a Thorns Barb? Oh, procking Andy with Heartseeker. Okay, sorry. I mean, you can. I mean, it's possible to do so. Everybody's been asking that question, so I think I'm probably gonna make a setup like that. But just understand that it's not gonna be as good as a puncture variation. It won't be terrible, like it won't be bad, like as like awful or anything like that. But puncture will still be a little better doing it. But you can technically do it, yes, with Heartseeker. What do you think about Pinch Shot Andy's build? Honestly, I don't know. I just don't think it's really worth it. I think just stacking the Andy's proc is considerably better than trying to get a better lucky hit skill that cannot attack nearly as quickly as, let's say, puncture. So no, we're gonna have to hold on to that one. I actually kind of like that one. How's Andy Heartseeker will actually scale without close quarters? Well, I mean, Andy's Heartseeker would be close quarters. You would have to do that because otherwise your Andy's proc won't deal much damage. So it's all about the Andy's proc, not the Heartseeker damage and the Andy's setup. Why would Puncture be better with updated Andy? Well, because keep in mind, it's really not about the damage you deal with the basic attack. It's about how often can you proc the Andoriel's proc, right? And Puncture just does it better because you have more opportunities to do it. It does attack a little faster than Heartseeker does. So like really, it's really about how many times can you proc the Andoriel, right? Whereas with the other way around, like let's say the Heartseeker build with Victimize, like Victimize actually takes into account your actual damage, right? So that's why Heartseeker is better there because Puncture has its damage split by 3, right? Whereas Heartseeker gets its full damage on the first one and then 70% of the damage on the Ricochet, making it a better candidate for Victimize. Does that make sense? So yeah, so Heartseeker would be a little worse just because it won't proc Andes as often as, let's say, Puncture will naturally. But it won't be way worse, it'll just be a little bit worse. The Heartseeker has way higher lucky hit as base. Not necessarily, no. You actually have more lucky hit with Puncture than you do with Heartseeker. Overall, I'll say overall. It's basically 105% versus 100%, and you attack faster with Puncture. The advantage that Heartseeker will have it'll be easier to I guess the procs will be a little bit more consistent than Puncture because of like how Heartseeker works or whatever. But Puncture technically on paper should be able to proc Andy's more often than Heartseeker. But these, like I said, this is just theory, right? Like theory, this is what theory tells us. Now, it could be quite possible that like we actually play it and then we just realize, oh, Heartseeker is actually just, you know, a lot closer than we think it is, or Andy's. But on paper right now, Puncture just seems to be the better play. He said, "Can I give you a shout out, Kristen the banger from YouTube with the was it the 199 tip? Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Celebrate your 10th super on the live. That's your 10th super on the live stream, bruh. What? Holy. Let me actually give you a like there on both of those actually." We got streamer loot. How strong is Heartseeker versus Uber Lilith? I mean, I did Uber Lilith on day 2 of the season with pretty thrift shop gear, so with Heartseeker, so I would say it does really well. How's Rogue? Rogue is doing okay. Rogue is pretty good. But that was unlucky hit. I mean, well, some builds do. Not the whole class, but some builds do. Swapping vulnerable damage on any items for additive damage work the same way as using Topaz for basic damage, or is that a different stat? It's different, but it's kind of hard to explain. Let me let me think about it. But yeah, it is different. It's still additive, but it's different additive. I'm gonna have to like do like paint or something to kind of like draw out why that is. It's a weird.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Let's see. Keep getting banished lures, talismans. As soon as I get my Twitch Prime up, I'm using it on die. Oh, thank you, good sir. I've been utilizing a curse touch and took out chance to percent the vulnerable, and it's been so good. Proc victimize even when the elites are unstoppable. But you can the stat works on elites that are also unstoppable, right? Because chance to proc enemies or to make enemies vulnerable isn't a crowd control, so like it still works on enemies that are unstoppable. I will say a curse touch is better if you have lower lucky hit chance overall. Drop me something good. Come on. This song is like such a bop, honestly, for K-pop. I remember when I used to do a lot of Pump It Up, just like BDR, but like, right? I used to do this song, or that song that just played often. I mean, it sounds different than the game version though. The stored souls damage is underrated. I think for like general farming like Helltide and like Nightmare Dungeons, it works fine, but I think like throughout the like maybe like pit farming, like maybe 90 to 100 tier pit farming, it just doesn't really, it falls off hard there. I haven't played for a while now, but how did Heartseeker become so strong now compared to other skills? Well, basic attacks in general this season has gotten like pretty huge buffs with adaptability aspect now and Moonrise and whatnot. But for Heartseeker, it isn't really Heartseeker itself. It's more so the victimized key passive. So it's the way that the Heartseeker scales or works in conjunction with the victimized key passive is what makes Heartseeker really strong. Come on. How much better is Malice over Frigid Finesse on neck for Heartseeker? They're both very, 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 very close. Honestly, very close. So like, if you get one but not the other, or if you get one instead of the other, like you're good. You're doing good. I would say that Frigid Finesse is technically the strongest passive, believe it or not, for like during the run, like throughout the run, it's actually the strongest passive. But obviously when enemies become unstoppable and you're fighting against a boss that isn't staggered yet, then Frigid Finesse doesn't apply. So while it's the actual strongest passive, it's not as consistent as, let's say, Malice is. But yeah. So I guess so like for speed running or whatnot, you know, Frigid Finesse is like, in my opinion, I still consider like the best passive. Why do I put poison in the Dark Shroud if I don't use it? I do use it though, right? You see the little shadows that are circling me? There's an aspect called Umbrus that allows me to proc Dark Shroud for free, basically. I got Frigid in this blasting. Oh, well then keep Frigid, man. Keep it. For sure, keep it. Question, pit 1 and pit 115 drop same loot, just a few more items in the higher. The same thing happened in D3, GR50 then 150. So they're saying, shouldn't you get more quality the harder the game gets? I mean, I guess you could, but I think that like that gets a little touchy because if you drop higher quality items continuously on like a scale, like a linear scale, as you go higher and higher, then now you kind of you go from, oh, I can kind of play any build and get any gear in the game for the most part, like without much issues, to, oh, I gotta play the absolute best build in the game to be able to get the best gear technically. So like builds that I mean, right now people play builds that are meta because they want to do damage and, like, you know, see the bigger numbers and all that stuff, right? But you can play like B tier builds, C tier builds, and still be able to do all the masterwork and the stuff you want to do, right? Without feeling like you're behind doing it, but your build just may not, you know, see as higher numbers or higher crit numbers or be able to push as far into the pit, right? Yeah. If the reward is better quality items, then you're legit. Basically, it becomes about, at that point, playing the best build or playing the best class because you want the best items. You'll kind of funnel that into that. If that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? And of course, you can just say, okay, well, they can just balance the class better as a count, or balance all the builds better. But there'll always be, like, you know, 2 or 3 builds that are just stronger, right? And so, yeah, you kind of funneling people into feeling like, okay, I have to play that best build now because that's where all the best items are if I play that best build. That's kind of the issue with that. Now, I do think that there should be something a little more rewarding You're just gonna break it anyways. Fair. I do think that it should be a little more rewarding, I think, for doing the higher tiers in some capacity, but I don't know if better gear is the right call. But yeah, I agree. But on the player's choice, we'll still play Rogue. I mean, I'll still play Rogue too, for sure. Yeah, it's just kind of that. I think that's the reason why it doesn't exist on that scale. Yeah, I mean something though. I do agree that there needs to be something. Hello, you always switch gems? I do. If you're struggling for lucky hit, was Kyle the Nameless help? Actually, just a legendary helm with lucky hit on it would be better than Kyle the Names or Kyle the Nameless, to be honest. So last one, okay. I think Barrage Andy with Starless Sky would be good. Yeah, it's decent. It is. Inner sight, yeah. Why do I have so much HP? Generally, I don't really do it this way. The only reason why I have this much HP right now is because I chose to put, go rubies just for these tormented bosses. But yeah, normally I run with Dex gems and like 35k HP. Well, I think that is it. It's a rubies blasphemy. All right, so we got so I think almost everyone who I've played with has gotten at least an Uber or a couple of Ubers. I appreciate the follows. Yeah, I got a Doombringer, and I salvaged a Shaco because I already had one. So how many sparks did I have? I think it's 3. Okay. I probably end up salvaging the Tyrio's Might that I got a while, like a couple of days back. That'll give me 4, so I'll be able to craft either an Andes or a Starless Skies. Probably Andes is what I'll end up. Maybe you get a higher chance going solo. Nah. If that was the case, I totally would have been doing it solo. Was that reading with the sub? Scarf for 4 months. Appreciate you, sir. How's it going? Yeah, I don't know which one to craft first. I don't know if I should craft Starless or Andy first. Probably end up Andes because I'm probably gonna end up doing that first. More people are interested in what a Heartseeker Andes would look like, so probably would do Andes first. Where's that Tyrio's Might? It's just I know I'm not gonna use. I do have a Doombringer. I think I might actually keep. There's a Tyrio's Might. So now I can Rainbow After Rain. What happened? Don't get me wrong, I feel good clearing higher and higher, but would feel even better to throw that you might get something to drop good. I get what you're saying. Like I totally get what you're saying. There's no rhyme or reason to ever go past a certain tier of pit, right? So like it's not rewarding. And I get it. Like I'm 100% like with you on that. All right, so we'll do Andy's.
Don't waste that.
No GAs, okay. I do want to see something though. Let me I think it was this one, right? Wait, what bow did I have on before? Is this one? Yeah, this one. We'll go to Kmart. You got 0 in group and 2 in solo. What build for that Andy? I mean, it'll be like it'll be mostly a traditional Andy setup, but just with Heartseeker. There'll be like some slight changes. Why not use Starless Skies? On what build? You mean why didn't I craft one? I kind of need both. I think Andy's is probably what I'm gonna end up using first. Heartseeker, because Starless Skies doesn't buff your basic damage; it buffs core damage. So, I'm gonna say a bunch of core damage, but like you can't upkeep Starless Skies without core damage, right? So, actually, there would be a good reason. Yeah, you can't. Yeah. Let me see something. Yeah, it's the same way with Andy's. Huh. Your crossbow, and all of a sudden the damage is different. On a bow, the damage is different. Why is the bow damage? Here's my thing. Why is the bow damage the same as the sword damage? I put on a crossbow, and all of a sudden it's 24 515. There's gotta be like a video on this, right? Like someone's already done the thing on this. Like, why does it do that? Highest pit I've done with Heartseeker, I think is a 123. I haven't pushed with Heartseeker. I don't like. I'm at the point where it starts to get fishy, where I have to like find the right boss or whatever to clear. And to me, that's just that's not fun at all. Andy's buff is crazy. I think the mechanical portion of it is good. The 50% is nice. I don't. It's not as big as I think some people are making out to be. Like you look at about a good 5 tiers or whatever, maybe of a buff, 5-6 tiers of a buff. In terms of like your pit clear, if you're pushing for pit, still good. Don't get me wrong, but I think the idea that it procs on the mob versus proxing on yourself, I think it's a bigger deal, in my opinion. Add a socket here. I want to master work it. Should work it. Attack speed. Lifesteal. Sure. Actually, that's actually not. That's actually good. Keep it at that. Just keep it in my stash. All right, so we're gonna do a couple of pit runs, not many, but we're gonna do a couple of pit runs without gems in the gear, by the way. So no gems and weapons. I do want to go back to my dex gems. Is there anybody that use Starless, guys? Any inner sight, like inner sight builds would, like Barrage inner sight, Twisting Blades inner sight. Can I explain what's wrong with Twisting Blades returning blades and the lucky hit percent? They nerfed it. I mean, there's no like rhyme or reason. Well, the reason was because it was rocking too many things too good, I guess. But they end up nerfing. They end up over nerfing the lucky hit chance on like Twisting Blades. Honestly, I don't think they really needed to do that. All they really need to do was just fix the bug, basically, or the bugs that were involved, and then they could have left the lucky hit chance the way it was. But nope, they decided to pretty much gut the lucky hit chance of it. Period. That's the reason why. We can't make it really work with Victimize. Otherwise, it would be pretty awesome with Victimize, believe it or not. But all right, pop an elixir real quick. Put back shared misery. How vulnerable am I? How vulnerable am I? It depends. Depends on the day, I guess. You're going damage to crowd control. Well, eventually, you're gonna have to with the Andes. But I'm not gonna build Andes right now, but because I don't have all the gear for it, right, or all the other gear pieces. But I did want an Andes to play with next patch. I got Rex adopted in Diablo. Ah, man. There's more range capability for bossing now? Yes. Any build any sight so is your Heartseeker? Yes. Alright, let's see. Alright, no gems, 105. It'd be nice if you can use it where vulnerable. Oh, you mean the Andes? Yeah. It just doesn't really scale, obviously. Like the Victimized key passive does nothing for Andes. About what I say about lucky hit changing earlier. No, this is for Twisting Blades. Twisting Blades lucky hit got gutted for the most part a couple of patches ago, a couple of seasons ago. Somebody was asking me about the lucky hit change for Twisting Blades, like what happened to it. Here, do I think Andes Heartseeker can be better than regular Heartseeker? No. Nope. Like the Andes buff is not that big. It's big, but not that big. Put it that way. Is it not 50% of its base damage? I mean, it is. But I think people have to really understand like what the 50% actually correlates in terms of like what you're actually doing in the game and also pit content, right? Like 50% is nice, but it's not, you know, it doesn't go from, you know, a build being like, oh, it's pretty good to being like best build in the game type ordeal. Yeah, Reeves, exactly. You get it now, yeah, for the most part, yeah. The biggest thing about the Andes change is the mechanic, not necessarily like the buff value. What are your thoughts about the Andorus Puncture Rogue in the pit? It's a great speed farmer. It's an okay pit pusher, but it's a really good speed farmer. I think you need to bump your lucky hit. Ref. Actually, are my arrows actually hitting the wall? It is. That's unfortunate, yeah. Explains why that took a little longer than it should have. At least that fight did. I mean, how much vulnerable percent you got with no buffs? How do you buff? How do you buff vulnerable, like in general? It goes to no gens. You think? I did it again. Are there any melee rogue builds that are good for pit pushing right now? Like right now before the patch? No. After the patch, Twisting Blaze would be pretty decent-ish. Shank Rogue actually might be a thing. I couldn't get to the whatchamacallit. Yeah, I watched Elon Musk D4 stream the other night, and I don't even know when he streamed actually. Just sorry, you can't watch druids. What is the preferred rogue build for pit push post update, you think? It'll still be Heartseeker. Heartseeker is just stronger. But yeah. I got stuck. And my whatchamacallit, my shout step was on cooldown. Oof. What Paragon board would you recommend if I decided to run Concealment instead of Poison Trap? Your Paragon board won't change at all. What makes you feel like you need to change your Paragon board if you run Concealment? Build your new bow for Puncture Andy. Oof. You got it for for Heartseeker, not Puncture. Is build better than Rapid Fire build? Yes. Ow. That hurt. I should have been playing pretty horribly. See that little bug out and never stop throwing waves at you? Yeah, she does that. Do I think Rapid Fire will be good with new patch? I hope so. I truly hope so. I plan on playing it. Probably like the first thing I do with the new patch is Rapid Fire. I played it so much, season 1, 2, and 3, but hated the new ring for this season. That was so weird. So weird. Can you play with bow or barrage, or is it bad? Depends. If you're doing like inner sight barrage, sure. If you're doing combo point barrage, like you're probably using puncture with combo point barrage, so there's no reason to have a bow. Because your basic attack is firing from your daggers or swords, your swords. So like when you cast barrage, you want to hit you want it to hit like as hard as it can. You know, there are a few times you do cast barrage, so you want to cross build in. But yeah. Yeah, the crits on this build. As soon as I play better though. I got snakes again. That was a good setup right there. mean, daily ambush paragon gets enemies affected by your trap skills. I'm not running poison trap. Not running poison trap is kind of useless now. Your cow traps is a trap. Now this right here, it says trap as a tag. So yeah, you still got traps. It's all good, man. It is all good. You are not the only person who asked about that. But yes, cow traps is the trap. This is a much better run, but I'm also paying more attention this time around. You got Shakos and Starless Skies, any good builds that use both. Probably anything inner sight related. So inner sight, Twisting Blaze, inner sight, Barrage, inner sight, Rapid Fire. I guess is a thing, or possible. Crossbow better than bow for Heartseeker? It's the same. You either hit harder or you attack faster. So at that point, you just kind of choose based on preference. While I like the look of a bow a lot better, I like the way that the crossbow sounds when I shoot Heartseeker. So that's the reason why I go crossbow. I like the cheaper price of crossbow. Yeah, that too. Yeah, for sure. Because a lot of people run bows, so the market for those is quite crazy at the moment. But yeah. Tried Rapid Fire with a new ring and hated it. They're gonna make some changes to it on Monday, so I'm hoping the changes they make on Monday is gonna make it feel good. It's impossible to play it with a controller right now. Yep, you're right. It's so bad. It really is so bad. So that's it, man. I found you on YouTube from the guys. Hey, what's up, man? I have more video content coming pretty soon. I don't really do a lot of like YouTube video stuff, but I plan on doing some more next week when the patch drops. Hopefully a Rapid Fire build guide and some other stuff, but we'll see. All right, let's put the gems back in the gear. In case anybody was wondering, like how slow my clears were without the gems. You haven't found a decent bow, but I found many crossbows. I've been able to sell bows. I've sold all of my like okay bows or good bows. Harrison, what's going on, man? Am I moving over to rapid fire when the update hits? I'll play rapid fire. I don't know if I'd move over to it. Like, will I main that? Depends, actually. Depends on how good it feels. I'll put it that way. I have played a lot of Heartseeker, so if rapid fire feels good, I might play a lot of that instead. Like, rapid fire was my first love, so I'm gonna always have always have a special place in my heart, but it's got to do better with this projectile dysfunction right now. So hopefully Monday fixes it, and you know. When should you switch to Topaz over Sapphire for weapons? I mean, basically, when you have a lot of vulnerable, like you have a lot of vulnerable, talking about like 1500 plus vulnerable, then Topazes are like 0.01% better. So you can do that. Sheer misery is so good. It is. It really is. I messed that up real bad. That was not good. I spent like I don't know, 3 minutes and 20 seconds roughly. Roughly my average for like the 105 speeds or whatever. What about Pin Shot? It's S tier on Maxroll pit list. It is. It's good. It just people don't play. It just doesn't. People just don't play the build, but it's good. Oh, whoops. I did not mean to override. Crap. What's in slot 1? I'm gonna have to fix that now. This is what I wanted. I don't know why my transmog keeps like messing up or whatever. Like my bow crossbow transmogs never like stay what it needs to be. They will change something on Pin Shot build. Why is it S tier on Maxroll since yesterday? Because we did a update. We updated our tier list today, right? So it's been a while since we've actually gotten together to do an update to tier list. A good 3 weeks or whatever. So we just needed to, you know, fix the tier list. It was always it's been S tier for weeks. We just haven't moved it there. That's all. You think Tears might can be used for item after the update on Heartseeker build? Not really, because like Victimize doesn't really buff Heartseeker at all. The key passive. So like if you want to use Tears Might, like you want to do like a close quarters combat key passive build for it. Do I run shared mixture in this build? Absolutely. It's like legit one of the best passives. Sorry, one of the best aspects to run this build. Yeah, shared misery allows me to actually like clear things along the way, like because I'm able to spread the CC real quick, and therefore I can get like really easy, quick procs on trash mobs, and that makes it actually worth killing them on the way in a sense. Like this right here, like I can literally just fire my arrow and just keep going. Yeah, Frigid on neck. I don't. That's the thing. Imagine if I did. Imagine if I actually had it on my neck. Frigid Bear the Mouse and exploit on neck. So like technically speaking, throughout the rift itself, or throughout the pit, Frigid Finesse is technically the strongest passive, like for speeds per se. It just gets pretty inconsistent depending on what you're doing. So like let's say if you're doing like higher pits or whatever, when the enemies become unstoppable, obviously Frigid Finesse does nothing. Right. It's great until they become unstoppable, or it's great when the boss is staggered, right? So like it's those kind of things. So while Frigid Finesse has the highest DPS value when it procs, when it hits, it's not as consistent as let's say like Malice is, where it just does Malice doesn't care if they're unstoppable or they're not staggered or whatever. Does that make sense? So like my numbers actually would be kind of nuts if I was be able to get an amulet with like Frigid Finesse instead of Lucky Hit Chance or whatever, while having everything else. Like I'd be it, yeah. I mean, obviously this is a good amulet, but like if I was able to get like a triple passive amulet or whatever. You're gonna cope and say it's because I used to not hit less. I mean that's part of it too, but not it wouldn't be that much less though, right? Like you're looking at like 22% difference. Like you said way less. Is it really for you? If you like you hit less, don't you just proc less? Well, the amount of what a passive gives you will override the amount of lucky hit that you're losing. So like I have like a 11.2% lucky hit, so that means I have like somewhere like a 5.6% chance roughly of like proccing victimized more often. So that'd be like a 5.6% damage increase, right? Having a lucky hit on my neck kind of thing. But if I had something like Frigid Finesse, that's considerably more than 5.6%. But yeah. But that is if I also have, you know, my elixirs and stuff like that up. So if I'm going to run without a neck, I need to make sure I always use an elixir. So I can stay roughly around, I think I'd be like around 47, 48% with an elixir without the lucky hit on my amulet, and that's okay. Yeah, 41% lucky hit, is that too much? No. Why Topaz over Sapphire? Honestly, it really is practically the same thing at the end of the day. If you have a ton of vulnerable damage, because every stat has diminishing returns, right? Every stat has diminishing returns, even with scaling, or things that scale. So there is a point to where if you have so much vulnerable damage, the Topazes are actually like slightly better. We're talking about 0.01%. Not enough for anyone to actually make the change or switch, but if someone is looking to 100% min-max and that 0.01% makes you feel better, then of course then you can just go that route. I'm gonna die. That was a bad shadow step. I deserve to die there. I didn't.
It needs time to recharge.
Boy, you learned something new from Darkseid.
To recharge.
Also, I'll probably do an updated Heartseeker guide, by the way, when the patch comes out. Not that there's any changes to Heartseeker at all for the patch, but just a matter of just having a more updated guide, because obviously the one I did on YouTube was like day 2 of the season. Right, so just to have a better, more concise, knowing what we know now versus knowing what I knew then, kind of sort of thing. After 3 knockdowns, the boss gets a resistance to this effect. Yep, very much so. How about final basic damage gems compared to vulnerable damage gems? There honestly really is no actual difference, to be honest. Is Flurry Rogue at the Andario Visuals good? Yes. Or the Andario's Visuals build is good, I'll put it that way. Does Andy Rogue value Frigid Finesse more than Exploit and Malice? Yes. For sure. Alright, let's
See some steel you need.
where's that amulet? It's this one. I don't think I ever attempted to read it first, which is a mistake because now I'm feeling like I'm gonna get unlucky. I'm gonna go cutthroat first. Ouch. Come on. Don't do this to me. Oh. The very last one. Holy. The very last one. However, I still need to get the other, whatchamacallit, the other one's not as bad. Like, if I don't get the armor percent, I can figure out something different, but... Alright, here we go. Gosh, chance. Alright. Not what I wanted on that second part. How do I figure out a way around it now? I can take the dex off here and do armor here. Dex off of here, do armor here. I guess there's a couple of things I can do. Zero tempers left. 5 tempers left on this. I'm not changing anything out. Alright. Yeah. I'm gonna lose a little bit of dex just to get the armor back. If I use this amulet though. Percent damage just for Andorio build? What about it? Oh, okay, no, okay. Reading up, I see what you mean. I mean, like the content, just I guess switch over from Rapid Fire to Heartseeker. Seems better gameplay. Rapid Fire get boring. Well, Rapid Fire should be very much, should be considerably better in terms of just how it feels on Monday. So like, I would make sure you keep that gear. Like, don't like salvage or anything like that. Just hold on to it because on Monday it might feel quite a bit better. But almost all builds take crit damage and vulnerable damage above weapon percent damage on weapon because of the key passive. Basically, the key passive scales something on Rogue. So for instance, here, victimize, it says it scales with with vulnerable damage. So you want to go vulnerable damage here. On precision, it says it scales with crit damage, right? So you want to go crit damage. So when you scale these passives with the right stat, it gives you major damage, like massive damage. There are no percent damage scalers on Rogue's key passives. So typically speaking, you don't care for them. But if you're doing a dot build, like a damage over time, like Poisoner or whatever like that, or Andarios, percent damage double dips. So even though there's no key passive that scales it, per se, it still double dips and it's worth taking. But you'll only do it with the close quarters combat build. Alright, so if I do this, my armor goes way down. Yeah, that's rough. But I guess let's just temper. A temper masterwork. So I really want to try to get that malice to +2. If I can get that malice to +2, I would switch to this amulet. But man, like just rolling the +1 took like 800 million gold. Weapon Master is actually not that bad. I'll take it on a crossbow for I will take it honestly. I guess that +1 malice really hurts though. It isn't though. Like well, okay. Now, I don't want the whatchamacallit to be. I don't want the masterwork to be weapon mastery. If I can help it, but Urge finesse. Weapon mastery. Let's go for it. What we got? 5 weapon mastery. Oof. It's not that bad, but I don't. No, okay. So if I had to choose which one, I mean, there are three choices, right? Frigid Finesse, Malice, and Weapon Mastery, right? Weapon Mastery is the worst of the three, but in terms of like having it as a passive, it's not that bad. But if I had a preference, I would prefer Frigid Finesse, or it to like rank on like Malice preference, right? Like there's gonna always be a better roll or a better whatever, you know what I'm saying? Jeez, man. Do I reset this? Or just wait till later? Why didn't I reset when 4? I did. Well, I got Frigid Finesse the first time. That's why I kept going. But I don't really have a lot of mats to keep resetting though. That's the thing. Like I don't have a lot of like whatchamacallit mats. So like this might be the best I'd be able to do with the amount of mats that I have right now. There's a chant for mats, Fat. You know what? I actually don't want to get rid of this amulet though. I still want it for something different. Sorry, you just said percent damage better than damage over time for an Andy build. I didn't say that. I said damage percent double dips. The other guy was asking about crit damage and vulnerable damage. Why do so many builds run crit damage and vulnerable damage? And I just said the only time where you want percent damage is when you're running Andes. Or a dot build, like a dot build or whatever like that, poison build, and which percent damage double dips is what I said. Days. Is Weapon Mastery actually better than Lucky Hit? Slightly, like a little bit. But only if you have enough Lucky Hit everywhere else, though. Like I kind of would want more Lucky Hit to really make that value better, but Hell Poker, he said my stats without any buff or that speed's 44, 5, 47, 6 crit, 25, 6 Lucky Hit. Should you reroll the crit on your neck to attack speed? Does it give you the next breakpoint if you do so? That's kind of the question you need to ask. I think you do have too much critical strike chance. I don't think you need 47%. I don't know if I would roll attack speed on your amulet. Actually, what build are you playing? That's probably a better way to ask. What build are you playing? I have 91% for Heartseeker and both. Should you reset? If you're not planning on doing like any super high pushing, then no. 91% is fine. Isn't exploit passive the best out of all? Why would you give it up on your current neck? Because even if exploit is technically quote unquote the best one, like having 3 passives versus 2 generally and Lucky Hit will still be the better value. Exploit is like a teeny bit better than Frigid Finesse, which is a teeny bit better than Malice, which is a little bit better than Weapon Mastery. So like exploit isn't like way better than the other passives. I think that's kind of I think that's the thing that you're might be thinking. Like exploit is just slightly better than some of the other passives. But it's also pretty inconsistent too as well. But Frigid Finesse, technically speaking, for speed farming, Frigid Finesse is actually the best passive. Testing and Pit. I mean, I think I would need to do like another like 20 something runs to really know for sure. But I don't like the fact that I masterwork twice on Weapon Mastery. But I really don't have the mass to keep resetting. Don't. Like, I have to farm way more pit to do it. But I mean, sure, we can run it for now. I have to change my armor though. That's the hard part too, man. Like, Where's my other boot set? I know I have a different boot. Where is the other boot? Actually, I don't know where I put it. I swore I had like another pair. Rough. Okay. I have to roll armor somewhere. I don't have a choice. It's probably gonna end up being the best, but +2 weapon mastery or 10.9% lucky hit on amulet. Depends on how much lucky hit you have everywhere else. We have it like on your gloves, on both rings. Is it masterworked? Is it GA'd? Like those are questions. Are you running a elixir all the time? Those are real questions. Can I explain how exploit is better than frigid finesse? Because it double dips. That's why. It double dips on the victimized setup. That is the only reason why. Otherwise, frigid finesse would be like by far king. Deadly venom for which one? Yeah, 36% without elixir. I probably wouldn't drop it for weapon mastery, no. Because then you'll be at 26%. Well, actually, no, that's actually kind of okay. No, actually, no, wait a minute. Let me see something real quick. Where am I at? I think I'm at 40-something% myself. I mathed it out to be okay. So you said 36% without the elixir. So yeah, I think that's fine. Do you think the newer Endaria changes will make it good? It's already good now. Endaria builds it's already good now. It'll just be even better. How do you find out stuff double dips and what actually cause it? Because one of our, or part of our jobs at Maxroll is just to make sure that like we test all mechanics and things. We learned early on back in in-game beta to not trust the tooltips. So like when a tooltip says it does a thing, don't trust it and go test the thing. So that's how we find these things out. So we hit the mobs, or in this case we hit the training dumbing or whatever, and we just test. I'm gonna have to roll armor on my boots to be able to test this though. This is really rough for my my angel's breaths that I just farmed. Right? But it is what it is. Alright. Oh, and I get the red aspect on here.
How may I help you?
Red owl. What is the best site for builds? Well, since you're asking a Maxroll Rogue player, I would kindly I would kindly suggest Maxroll.gg for best D4 builds as a Maxroll representative. How much vulnerable damage do I have? Well, in town, almost 1600. You said you 75.6 lucky hit without elixir to overkill. It means you don't have a Shaco. I'm pretty sure you're using a regular legendary helm, right? Reset the amulet. I don't have the mats to continue to keep trying, sir. You want to give me some mats? Mats ain't free, man.
I'm not ready.
Actually, why? Okay. It's kind of awful. They live for way longer than they should have. Must have really messed up that combo. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what needed to happen the first time. Is it back to the pit for me? Yeah.
Needs time to recharge. Need more time.
So this is when it hurts to not have to have Frigid Finesse versus the other when they become unstoppable or whatever. The moment they're frozen though. When am I gonna play after the patch? Well, I'm gonna try a few things. I'm gonna try Rapid Fire first to see if it actually fixed it. Then probably some Andy's Rogue and then some Shank Rogue. I got a list of things I wanna play. Is it better to have Lucky Hit on the ring versus a curse? I think if you have a pretty decent amount of Lucky Hit chance, honestly, I think the stat on the ring is better because you're giving up less. My Barrage Bill right now, and it's incredible. Thank you. Thanks, man. I will be doing some updates when the patch notes hits or the patch comes on Monday. Not like big updates, but some to Barrage. I almost actually one rotation to T-Hack on the 105. Almost. Do I only play Rogue? I mainly play Rogue. I actually was leveling a Sork a little bit. She's at 82. But the moment that like I theory crafted something else and decided to go back to my Rogue to test a couple of things. So usually I play a different class when I'm done with all my theory crafting on Rogue, which kind of takes a while because there's usually a lot of things to cover. But like when I've done everything, like legit every little thing I can on Rogue, I usually try different classes towards the latter half of the season. What's better for Heartseeker? 3 finesse, 2 exploit, or 3 finesse, 2 malice? I mean, that's very close. I'd probably say 3 finesse, 2 exploit, but 3 finesse, 2 malice would be more consistent. But I mean, it's super close. Is Topaz better than Sapphires and weapons? By 0.1%, yes. And that's if you have a lot of vulnerable, like a lot of vulnerable. What's up, Raven? You said Andy's Rogue will be kind of strong next patch this week. Yeah, it will be. You play solo? Mostly. Should we get the Paragon board that increases basic attack too? No. No. It's not that kind of a stat that you want, no. I see the idea there, but no, you don't want to. You don't want to do that. Yeah, look, 36% with no elixir is good, or need to stat more. I mean, that's fine. As long as you're always using an elixir, then yes, that's fine. Make sure that you're always using an elixir. But why is he unstoppable already? Thank you. See Hack again. Ah, I almost did it. Almost did it. Almost won one rounder. So close. Rapid fire has more damage. It doesn't. Overall, if you like DPS per se, it does not. Rapid fire is good. Not saying it's not, but like it's not more damage than Heartseeker. Would they fix the exploit double dipping? It won't fix any of the double dipping, it seems like, this patch or this season. If they were gonna do it, they would have did it mid-season patch from just coming tomorrow, and they didn't do it. So they're probably just leaving it for the rest of the season, and they'll fix it next season. there any good Flurry? Is there any Flurry good build? I mean, most of it is pretty much grenades related. But you don't really care about high tier pit or whatever like that, or doing like or carrying people in tournament bosses. I mean, Flurry is okay. It's actually great for speed farming. Really, really good for speed farming. All right. It's hard to really tell. I think on the bosses, this feels really good, especially like Heartseeker. I almost never was able to like get close to like one staggering her, like one rounding her on a 105. Let's see. Is Barrage any good this season? No comment. What's the best Paragon skills for Pit? Paragon should always match a build. So whatever build you're following on whatever site, you use the matching Paragon board for it. If they buff cutthroats because they're tired of puncture. I got a Shank Rogue coming pretty soon that will be usable next patch. That deals with Blaze Shift.
To recharge. Need more time.
Alright, let me see if I can one round her. Or one rotation there. Oh, stay in my cow trap, stay in my cow trap. Don't move, don't move. Oh, she moved. No, okay. I don't know if she was still in my cow trap though, that's the thing. I don't know if she actually like stayed in there. She was like on the edge of it, I don't know. Is this Paragon on Maxroll for Heartseeker the best? Whatever, I'll say it again. So whatever Paragon board that is attached to whatever build on whatever site that you use is the one that you want to go. So like, you don't want to mix Paragon boards with a different setup per se, because you may not be able to cap your armor resistances and stuff like that. There's no one the Heartseeker build takes 100 killer, no, because it's additive damage. That 32% extra damage to your elites is additive to the already 2,000 to 3,000% additive damage you already got. That's why. And it only works against elites. And Yeah, so like when you do the math, you realize it's like not worth at all whatsoever. Like not even close. Paragon boards are actually right now constructed to do one thing, and that is pick up life and damage reduction stuff. Aspect of elements over intercom. For me, yes. Have you ever seen me stand still? like actually stand still for 3 seconds at any point? Actually, I think if I went back with my Penitent Greaves, now that I have Frigid Finesse or whatever, might actually play nicely right now. Appreciate the follows. Ah, bro, I got blown up before I was able to use Shadow Step. Oh, wrong way. Got too greedy. I did. I sure did. Best rogue build for Barb Temper. Just kidding. Why are you unstoppable already? Yeah, thank you a lot for your answers. Keep up the good work. You're awesome. Thanks, man. Got 2 GA bow. Oof. Terrible stats. We need one more pit, and then I'm probably gonna have to call it. You already missed your goblin farming. I actually forgot they were gone. So that I think about it. Why so many weird owls not in this playlist? I'm actually surprised it randomly landed on as many of them as it did. My playlist is like over 1,800 songs per stream. Said, not gonna lie, I came to Rogue for Barb Temper, stay for Andy's Flurry build. Nice. As additional movement speed above 200% allow you to stay at max movement speed while you're slowed. That's a good question, actually. It's a very good question. I'm not sure. Said name of AI software? Spotify, I guess. But I mean, if you want to know the playlist, you can do exclamation mark playlist. Oh, what? What was that? I thought I. Okay. All right. Revenge.
It needs time to recharge.
The personal record pit with Rogue. I don't really have one. I haven't pushed yet, and I don't plan on it.
I need more time.
Surprises AI all along. Bro, why is this dude? There we go. I played this all wrong. So I can redeem some of this. See where the pit budgets, do you think it'd be more fun to push higher? I mean, if it's the same, like if it depends. If they change like the boss HP isn't so ridiculous still, and the mobs on the way are like a little more challenging. I might enjoy it a little bit more, but I mean, I don't really see them doing much to kind of keep me interested in the pit. Because I mean, a higher number doesn't really equate more fun for me. Like, if my build does 120 now, hypothetically, let's just say my build does 120 now. If the changes to the pit makes my build do 140, I'm not necessarily having more fun just because the pit tier went up, right? If the mobs aren't don't challenge me any different, or the bosses are the exact same fights, then like my enjoyment didn't go up. You know what I'm saying? Like I can clear a pit 760 something, and it wouldn't change my fun factor. It's not really the number. It's just more so of the design of it at the moment. Like if you still gotta fish and you still gotta find certain bosses, then I'm not gonna really bother with this still. With the pushing aspect of things. A bit more rewarding with Stygian Stone, just nice but not huge. There. Actually, how many Stygian Stones do you still have now? 21. Okay. Pit pushing is still not worth it. Nah, yeah. Yeah. I guess I mean, if I enjoyed it, I wouldn't care about not having a reward per se for it, but I don't even enjoy it, and there's no reason to do it. So it's like I'm literally just kind of like, why at the end of the day? Like I'd rather do like more challenging speed content per se. Like I think like 101, like 100, 101 is too low right now for my gear level, so I bump it to like 105 or whatever. It's still considered speed for me, but I have to actually pay attention. Like 109 might be roughly around that same ideal. I think the 109 might take me about 4.5 minutes, which might be a little too long, but we'll kind of see. So much poison. And you're on settled bull too as well. There you go. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, none of this is going my way, by the way, in terms of my combos. I'm missing every single one of them. Just trying to stay alive. Is pinch shot still viable? It is. It is. Advantage 2 elixir? Yeah, absolutely. Next PoE is Diablo killer. Sure. Can we respin his spark drop in pit too? No. I mean, Uber Unique can drop in pit, but not like a spark itself. No. Oh man, it walked away from my trap. No, he got out of my trap again. Wow, really? Really? Dude's like right outside of my trap, and it's like on cooldown. Alright, we'll do one more after this. This is like a really bad run. Finally he's in my trap. There we go. Oh. This is the only time I actually really miss having my couch dash cooldown reduction instead of the dash. What's the best rogue build? Got link exclamation mark build is Heartseeker at the moment. How to start your rogue and rapid fire build when you don't use the ability. It's mentioned actually in the guide first paragraph, intro paragraph. It says Umbrus. Use Umbrus to provide Dark Shroud. Asmongold says PoE is Diablo killer. Is that where you get your trustworthy gaming information from? Totally, you know, totally it's not about getting the YouTube views and clicks, right? I say this as someone who actually does like, you know, Asmongold in general. But surely, all the thumbnails and very mind-catchy titles that are used in his YouTube videos, surely. The vulnerable damage gems. Topazers are 0.01% more damage after a certain vulnerable threshold. In the result, it doesn't really matter, honestly. I totally messed this up so bad. But real talk though, said Path of Exile 2 gameplay blows D4 out the water. You do realize that like it's easy to kind of like, you know how like everyone hypes something, right? Like hype something, like you watch gameplay, like you didn't play it yourself. You're just looking at what someone else is doing. You're looking at early footage of what someone else is doing. Right, or what the devs are wanting to show you, right? I'm not saying that like PoE 2 isn't going to be good. It will be, and I hope it is. I really do hope it is. But why is it? But why do we have all this fanboyism? Whereas like, why can't just two games just coexist? Hey, PoE 2 is going to be good. Oh, and so will Diablo 4's expansion is going to be good too. Why has it got to be? Oh, this is the next game killer, the next whatever. Like, How many times have we heard every MMO that came out like in the 2000s? Oh, this is gonna be the World of Warcraft killer. It's gonna be the no, this one's gonna kill World of Warcraft. Oh no, for sure this one for sure. This is gonna do it. Why can't we just have multiple good games? Why does one have to try to kill the other? Like, why do we care that much? In that sense, why can't you just play one, and then once you get tired of playing one, you play the other, and then when the other gets more content, then you play the other, and then when you get tired of the other one, then play the other. Like, why is it so like? I never really understood that. And the problem is that the internet doesn't understand that you don't technically want one game to kill another. That's not good for gaming. That's not good for the game you play. Imagine if PoE 2 kills Diablo 4. Let's just give a hypothetical. PoE 2 kills Diablo 4. Well, that's PoE 2's only competition really at the moment. You can say Last Epoch, but right now I would say Diablo 4 is probably the stronger competition. You kill Diablo 4, then PoE 2 has no competition. If PoE 2 has no competition, then there's no reason for PoE 2 to improve on anything. They have a monopoly. They don't have to try as hard to give you more updates or anything because they just killed their competition. You don't want that as a gamer. You want them to sweat. You want them to be worried about your competition so they can make better products continuously and be like, oh, D4 just came out with this. Oh man, well we gotta make sure we do this, and vice versa. Same thing for Diablo 4, right? Like you want PoE 2 to be good, so therefore the devs or Blizzard won't slack and be like, oh well crap, PoE 2 is they came out with this, they came out swinging. Okay, now we got to do this. Like that's the smart thing to think of it. That's the smart way of thinking about it. All this is gonna kill this is gonna kill that, ha ha ha. It's like the stupidest shit, man. Like it's the stupidest shit. Like it really is. Like it's absolutely, but I don't know, man. Cut his head off and like absorbs the power. You said Path of Exile 1 didn't have any competition. I mean, technically speaking, Diablo 3 was competition. However, obviously Path of Exile was the better game. Like overall, it had a better following, right? But like D3 was still very much alive. And PoE obviously is pulling more from the hardcore player base, whereas obviously Diablo 3 is pulling more for the casual player base. But like, if PoE had every reason to continue to be better, especially since you also still had Grim Dawn, which again didn't really garnish much of an audience, but it was still a good game. It wasn't. You said D3 was one we experienced every 3 months. Bro, I played a lot of D3. I can definitely tell you it's not that. It was not. It was definitely not that. Like for the hardcore crowd, like how PoE has this hardcore crowd, and like those who play for, a time frame. Like you have that for D3 as well. Like again. Obviously, PoE was more successful in terms of their player base, right? Like having a longer or a more sustainable league mechanic, stuff like that was definitely better in Path of Exile. But to say that it has zero competition is just kind of like, I mean, that just sounds like fanboyism there. They were the better game. Like I'm saying, it is the better game. But to say they had no competition is just a flat out lie. This is an absolutely flat out lie. But I guess point being that I'm making here is that obviously, you want two games to be, you want both. As a gamer, you want both games to succeed because it only means a better product for you. That's just how, well, yeah, that's just how it works in the business world. If one game dominates and there's nothing else that comes up in that genre, then there's no reason for that particular whoever's on top to keep innovating. You just sit there. You sit there, you don't do anything else. You don't need to add more anything because everyone's already playing your game anyway, so why bother? That's just business 101. Right? And now that, like, you know, like GGG is no longer like an indie company per se. Don't get me wrong, they still have rights to be, you know, to do what they want in the game per se. Like Tencent is very, I won't say very lenient, but understand Tencent is a ginormous international business for a reason. They make good business decisions, right? So they're going to do what's best for the business overall in general. And so, like, let's be honest, business 101 here, right? Like, you want, as a gamer, you want both games to do well. So this whole, you know, this is going to beat that game, or D4 is going to stomp this game, or, you know, or anyone who actually believes is like, oh, well, D4's expansion is going to, like, you know, make PoE2 cry or stuff like that. Like, it doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. You don't want that. That's not what you want. You think that's what you want because it's like, oh, you know, I'm the fanboy of this game. We must be on top. It gets only hurts you as a gamer. It only hurts you as a gamer. That's why Intel got away with the whole 3 series, 4 series, 5 series, 6 series, 7 series CPUs that they kept re-releasing the same shit every year because there was no competition. None. Because AMD wasn't doing much of anything during that time frame. So Intel never innovated, but they kept charging these outrageous prices because and people would buy them, even though there was really almost no difference between the CPUs. And then all of a sudden, Ryzen came out, right? Ryzen became a thing, right? Remember, Ryzen became a thing. All of a sudden, Intel was like, "Oh shit, I actually have to try it now." Intel's like, damn, I actually have to spend money and try. Man, that sucks. I actually have to be good to the consumer and not just re-release the same shit over and over again. Dang, man, that's rough. And so Intel had to play catch up because they weren't expecting Ryzen to actually take a share of the market. So Intel had to catch up, right? So point being is, end of the day, we win when there's actual competition. Steam has dominated digital gaming sales for years and no one's complaining. There has been entries. There have been other companies who've tried. Steam just has such a strong stranglehold on this particular part of this that yeah. And yes, Steam has people. The developers have complained about Steam about how, like, they take an X amount of the cut or whatever. People have complained. Devs have complained. Devs, games, they have complained. But there's no other alternative, so Steam can basically charge what they want. Where are you gonna go? What, Epic Game Store? Is that where you're gonna go? I mean, so yes, they complain. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Intel's better now, right? I mean, Intel's, you know, doing Intel things now, but there was a time frame when Ryzen was taking a big share because Intel just wasn't innovating because they didn't have no reason to. And then, yeah, pretty much. Same with Nvidia. Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's just how it works. But I mean, you said PoE 2 would be a good game. D4 is not there yet currently. No, D4 is actually a good game right now. Very few people are actually right now believe that D4 is in a bad state currently. Like you have to really keep your blinders on at the moment to think that D4 is in a bad state right now. It was in the bad state. It was in the bad state. And it has been for some time. Season 4 was a banger. You might not like it, right? And that's fine. But it has gotten a ton of positive press this particular season. My build command doesn't work. I don't think my my Steam LMS boxer is doing anything right now. Yeah, my Steam or Stream LMS bot isn't really doing anything. D4 improve a lot. It did. So to say it's not there yet, I don't know, man. That's literally just that's like PlayStation versus Xbox fanboyism at that point. That's that like I don't want to give anyone any props type ordeal. I can't be honest with myself type ordeal. Yeah, we had 8 cores for what seems like forever. Yeah. Except maybe they're druids. The little statues suck in D4. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that at all. Crazy player retention this season, yeah. Actually, yeah. Yeah. Some people don't use their brain and listen to other people's opinion. That's kind of bad. I mean, I can. I guess it's. I guess it's just rare to kind of see like people being objective. I say objective, but just kind of like being like looking at the bigger picture and not playing into whatever bias or natural bias you might have. Right. I never say anything bad about Path of Exile. I might say there are things that I don't like about Path of Exile, but I would never sit there and be like, oh, it's a terrible game because I play D4. Like, that's stupid. I'm never going to be a fanboy or hardcore fanboy like that. I'm actually looking forward to playing PoE 2. Like, I want to play PoE 2. I actually think the gameplay, from how they describe it, sounds like something up my alley. So I absolutely want to play it. I do. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna hate D4 because I want to play PoE 2. It just means that hey, I actually might like PoE 2 also as well. Right? It's possible. I can like both. And I really hope I do because I can kind of go play both games between seasons. Like it can be mid-season D4 and Path of Exile 2 has a good season. I'll just jump right into Path of Exile 2 and play that season. And it's like, oh, D4 season around the corner. Okay, I'll jump to that and play some D4 season, right? Like, I know, crazy thought, crazy, like blasphemy. But yeah, I'm actually looking forward to playing PoE 2. I actually really am. Anyone know what the name of this build? Heartseeker. Thanks for the guy. I can't tell me which is best to level or to in glyph. Exploit is first priority, yes. Past that, it doesn't really matter. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. You level your glyphs so fast, it doesn't really matter what the order is. But you do want to do exploit first. Don't question, but is the Andes Rogue playable without Andes? No, it's not. But yeah, I do need to go take off the Thomas, like, how dare I like other games? I know, right? All right. If you're coming to the game, what's the most efficient way to level up? Helltide. Literally hell tide, legit hell tides. What vulnerable damage per threshold makes Topaz versus Sapphire even? I mean, roughly around 1500% vulnerable. Y'all play any Souls games? I want to play Elden Ring at some point. I actually play more roguelike, like roguelike games like Hades and what did I play? God, what's the name of that game that I played a lot of in like the semi-recent? Hold on. I find Returnal was a ton of fun. But I think roguelikes, I really like roguelike games. Did I play Dead Cells? I did. I played Dead Cells. I never understood this tribalism. It's like many PoE streamers think my game or the highway. But anyhow, we do need to take off because I've been at it for a while. Yeah, 7 hours a day. It was a fun 7 hours. But we'll go to I got rated to Cajun is actually one of Rax's mods. I wonder what he's leveling. Actually, may not even go to a D4 streamer. I might just go to one of my friends' lists. Actually, I haven't been to Cell Kittens in like a long time. I don't say a long time, but like since like probably this season. She's a really awesome streamer. She actually plays is it Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is what she's doing right now. But she has such an awesome personality. Contagious vibes. Is it Base G? I think you should create a new channel for PoE, something like Oxide. Thanks again for the great builds. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. It's been a good season so far, and I hope this momentum continues and that Blizzard doesn't, well, for like a better word, muck it up, right? Yeah. All right, we'll go to Cell Kittens. Say hi to her. I'm not gonna be able to be on or stay out for too much later. But she's fun. Yeah, Oxide. That would be dope. Maybe. Bioxide. Anyhow, cool stuff. Tomorrow I may not, or tonight I may not stream. I think Sunday nights I'm trying to use Sunday nights as my as my night off. To kind of like, like recharge for the rest of the week usually. So very unlikely that I'll be streaming tonight, Sunday night. But if not, I'll definitely be back Monday, obviously, with the patch and stuff like that. And we'll do all the cool things then. So other than that, enjoy Cell. And what was that for? Viking, what's going on? I can see a huge Is it patch hype or patch news? Patch hype for the most part. I wish there was a little bit more things, but it's mostly a W. Anyhow, till next time, guys. Have a good one.